Show.
Yeah, first the latest on Bill Clinton's health scare. The former president hospitalized in California with an infection it wasn't related to COVID.
Then the alarming disappearance of the American Bumblebee. We'll take a deeper look at what's behind their vanishing numbers and how it may impact everything from the food you eat to the economy.
Plus, Harry Smith brings us an incredible story of one local newspaper's fight for survival and why it's so crucial for that community.
And the one and only Ludacris paid us a visit on the third hour. What he shared with us about his new animated series.
I can't wait one more second, Chanel. We got to start it. We always kind of do this together.
Oh, I'm ready.
Are you ready for
absolutely.
Today in 30? We'll start with NBC national correspondent Miguel Almaguer, who was at the hospital this morning. Miguel, good morning to you.
Savannah, good morning. Mr. Clinton is reportedly in good spirits, now resting comfortably in the hospital behind me about an hour outside of Los Angeles. But overnight, reports revealing the former president's infection, which is not related to COVID, was serious.
This morning, former President Bill Clinton on the mend after spending the night in the ICU. Overnight, Hillary Rodham Clinton visiting her husband at the University of California Irvine Medical Center, where he's been since Tuesday. A source telling NBC News his original diagnosis was a urinary infection that morphed into something broader. The hospital keeping Mr. Clinton in intensive care as a precautionary measure to isolate him, a person close to the former president tells NBC News. In a joint statement, his doctors expressing optimism, writing in part, after 2 days of treatment, his white blood cell count is trending down and he is responding to antibiotics well. We hope to have him go home soon. The 75-year-old with family history of heart disease has had 2 major operations in the past. In 2004, after experiencing chest pains and shortness of breath, Mr. Clinton underwent a quadruple coronary bypass surgery in New York. And in 2010, he received 2 stents in a blocked coronary artery, overhauled his diet and his lifestyle afterwards, going vegan and losing weight. The former president telling Jenna on Today in 2010 about the impact his bypass surgery has had on his life.
How do you balance everything? The stress of rebuilding Haiti, your global initiative, your foundation, travel, family?
Well, sometimes I don't. It's a constant struggle, you know, even at my age. When I had my serious surgery 5 years ago, almost 6 years ago now, I realized that I'd been given like a new lease on life.
Now this morning, another major health scare for the former president, said to be taking it in stride.
President Clinton was in California for an event that he was admitted to on the hospital here on Tuesday. We are told that he should be released from the hospital in the coming days, although the exact date still remains unclear.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're back in our ongoing series Today Climate, and this morning a small species with a big impact on the planet. Al gets excited because that's Flight of the Bumblebee.
That's exactly right.
We're going to learn to play that. The American bumblebee, which is not the same as a honeybee, has declined by nearly 90% across the U.S. And now there's a new push to protect it under the Endangered Species Act.
Yeah, NBC's Carrie Sander joins us now from Washington with more. And of course, Carrie is always dressed for the part. Carrie, great to see you.
Good morning. A little protection. We're at a bee rescue here. More than 1 million bees that have been taken from homes, buildings, from trees and schoolyards. And what we're looking at here is worldwide, not just the American bumblebee, but honeybees, all types of bees are in decline. Let's listen to these just for a moment. And as we listen, you could say that the buzz is, the fear is that the American bumblebee is now possibly facing extinction. On a warm Washington afternoon, it didn't take long to find bees.
Look at the bumblebee.
But while it may seem like bees are plentiful, that's not the case in much of the U.S. for the American bumblebee.
So these bees are really suffering from pesticide use, habitat loss, and the effects of climate change.
Bombus pennsylvanicus has vanished from at least 8 states already and is critically endangered in many more, according to the Center for Biological Diversity. Dr. Amy Johnson is an ecologist in the farmlands of Virginia. Why should we worry about the American bumblebee?
So the American bumblebee represents what's happening to all pollinators. Our pollinators are declining at unprecedented rates.
Even the youngest among us understand without bees, the plants that rely on them will die.
We know nothing can pollinate our flowers anymore and make them big and beautiful.
But there is still a chance to save them. Conservation groups point to the successful comebacks of other species, including the giant panda, which is still at risk, the wild turkey, and the bald eagle, which rebounded after the pesticide DDT was outlawed. Scientists hope if American bumblebees are protected, they'll also recover, and even home gardeners can be part of the solution.
Cease or adjust your pesticide use. Plant native plants and or become involved in citizen science efforts to help us understand these pollinators better.
Already 2 species of bumblebees are considered extinct. At the pace they're disappearing, the fear is nationwide, the American bumblebee could be next.
So, Carrie, big picture, if this trend continues, how much of an impact could it have on things like the economy and our food industry?
Well, that's the biggest concern because bee populations in general around the world are in decline. I'll take you back to 3rd grade. Remember we learned about pollination? Sure. The bees actually pollinate. For instance, right now, those pumpkins that you'll be getting, that's a result of the hard work of bees doing their pollination. They also provide, apples. They pollinate for blueberries, for oranges. I mean, these are really hardworking little guys here. And we have about a $15 billion agriculture industry that relies on bees. And then ultimately, we have to remember that they also give us a little honey. I'm going to try this, take my glove off. Wish me luck that I don't get stung here, but
this is where it goes. There we go.
Oh, wow.
Can you just try it?
So,
oh, wow.
There's
He's got his net on.
He's got to take it
here. Let's see. I don't want to get...
How are you going to do that?
What?
Yeah, through the net?
Delicious.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay.
Yum. I'll take some. It's an important story.
Thank you, Carrie.
Now to our ongoing series, Mr. Smith Goes To. Harry Smith is here, and this morning you're taking us to a small town where the local paper is a lifeline, but facing an uncertain future.
Well, we've heard a lot over the last couple of years about newspapers closing in big cities. One of the other words that comes up a lot when we talk about changes in America, food deserts. Well, there's a new word in our lexicon called news deserts. Because as these small papers close down, who's left to go to the city council meeting? Yeah. Who's left to go to the high school band concert, right? Well, we went to Storm Lake, Iowa to look a little more deeply into it.
That hum is music to a print journalist's ears. But for more and more small town and rural newspapers, it's feeling like the day the music died.
We want to tell accurate stories and be honest.
Art Cullen is the editor of Iowa's Storm Lake Times, circulation 3,300. His brother John is the publisher.
We always wanted the newspaper to be a mirror on the community.
They've worked together here for 30 years. Both have stopped drawing salaries to keep their paper alive.
I went on early Social Security in May.
So you're working for free?
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
The benefits are good. No, I get health insurance and a free subscription.
Cullen jokes, but journalism is serious business here. His son Tom is a staff reporter. Wife Dolores writes features. And his fearless editorials have won him a Pulitzer Prize. But that sure doesn't pay the bills.
I've got paychecks, from years ago that I never cashed.
Serious?
Yeah, there's one right there.
You don't cash them?
When things get lean, you just leave them in the drawer.
To look across Iowa's endless green fields, one could wonder if any news happens here at all. But the state has some of the dirtiest water in the country, and its packing plants were hotbeds of COVID spread.
I just randomly grabbed this paper, and it's from June 10th, 2020, and it says, with 4 dead, expert says BV not close to its peak in the pandemic. People just simply wouldn't know that people were dying here.
BV is Buena Vista County, the Times its proud watchdog, but on a short financial leash.
We're 3 hours from anywhere. That's what you'd lose. And you'd lose the high school sports scores, and you'd lose the new baby photos and engagement pictures and the obits.
Papers like the Storm Lake Times are the tie that binds small towns together. While some of what they cover may seem quaint, what else they cover has consequence.
Where there is a news desert, that is no local newspaper, tax rates tend to go up, corruption cases tend to increase, even crime increases, because there's a certain amount of shaming that a local newspaper does when you get arrested for something.
And it goes in the paper.
It goes in the paper.
You folks certainly do know how to make a body feel at home.
Numerous small Iowa towns bear little resemblance to their depiction in Meredith Willson's The Music Man.
You really ought to give Iowa a try.
Immigrants have come here by the thousands, lured by jobs in the packing plants, many Hispanic.
Denison is 50% Latino now.
Yes, Denison, Iowa, Donna Reed's hometown. Upstairs, Lorena Lopez runs La Prensa, a free bi-monthly.
La Prensa is the only paper in Spanish. It's the only newspaper that they have in their own language.
In its 15-year existence, La Prensa has established valuable credibility in an age of mis- and disinformation. But COVID crushed La Prensa's ad sales, same as the Storm Lake Times.
It's pretty bad. We lost money all during the pandemic. Were it not for the PPP, we would have closed.
Cullen and his colleagues have gone on the road asking for funds to build foundation support for their papers.
We really need to talk about our survival.
It may be the only way they can continue to serve.
Why is it important, do you think, that this newspaper exists and continues to exist?
Somebody has to tell the story of Storm Lake. There are bad things that happen here, just like there are bad things that happen everywhere. But there are many more good things. We have to remind people of that in the community, that this is really a great place to live.
And I think one of the things that we lose in this is that these papers really foster a sense of goodwill in the towns, right? So the front page paper from the week we were there, the big story on the front page is how the local thrift shop in 15 years raised $2 million for the local parochial school, right? Yeah. That's news. And as people see something like that, it's not the same as a little blurb on the school's webpage, right?
Absolutely. You frame the paper, you save the paper. Like you said, from births to obituaries. I mean, it's your community.
Yeah, when you're
touch something.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So much
When
more
your Girl Scout troop sells more cookies, you clip that out and put it on the refrigerator, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the accountability that the editor talks about. To lose
Art
that
Cullen is a
also-
beast. He
Yeah.
lets no stone unturned, and, well, as you saw,
This is a story that could be repeated in a lot of communities, a lot of
many,
towns,
many
all
places
across
all over the country.
So now what?
Yeah, people have unique problems sometimes everywhere where you can't go to a lawyer, you can't go to the police, so you go to the newspaper to get your problem solved. And if you remove that, it's just bad.
Really well said.
Yeah.
And there are just amazing pieces in this story, including there was a story 50 years ago that the Hells Angels motorcycle group was going to come to the town. So people were getting married this weekend. They interviewed them and said, "What did you do?" They said they had to hide their car in a barn because they were so concerned that the Hells Angels were coming.
Harry, such an important story.
Always
So
open
glad
our
we did
eyes,
that.
Harry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism. But when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory
Racism
in reverse.
false narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
We've been waiting for this one. Our next guest, the definition of multi-talented. Ludacris is a 3-time Grammy Award-winning rapper, actor, entrepreneur, and most important of all, dead.
Amen. Today, Ludacris is celebrating the release of his new animated series. It's called Karma's World, inspired by his oldest daughter of the same name.
Now, in this show, Karma is a middle schooler who is also an aspiring musician. She has talent and heart, but she struggles with accepting herself, including her name. Look at this.
Hey, Carrie, what's up with wanting to change your name?
Carrie B and some of the kids made fun of it today. So I just want to change it to something that's not so weird.
Well, I like to think of it as unique. You see, your mom and I chose Karma because as soon as we met you, we knew you were going to be one of a kind. And you deserved a name as special as you are.
Oh, I wish I had that when I was coming up. Ludacris, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. What's going on, man? I love talking to you guys in the morning.
Yeah, listen, I would not be doing my job if I did not, first of all, reference the fact that you are wearing a Versace robe for your interview.
Of course he is.
Oh, I have Versace slippers over here, too, just in case, just throwing that out there.
I was about to say, the only other person I've ever seen interview in a robe on this show was J-Lo, but then he just topped it with the shoes. Okay, so let's talk about this show. Almost 15 years in the making. Talk to me about how this came about.
So my oldest daughter, when she was 6 years old, she used to come into my home studio and interrupt me while I was doing all these hit songs that people know of Ludacris today. And she used to say, "Daddy, I want to rap too." And I had to sit her down and say, if you want to do music, you have to talk about what goes on in your life, in your world. And at the time, you know, it was about education, learning morals, occasionally having fun, and a lot of things that she was going through. And this just birthed this idea. And we came up with all these great songs, which, of course, it took some time to go through the ups and downs in different phases. But the animation, coming up with the storyline. So yes, you said almost 15 years. This is a decade and a half in the making, and today is finally worldwide in 191 countries on Netflix, and I could not be more proud.
So, how much input did Karma have? I mean, she's 20 now, but I mean, obviously these were things that affected her growing up. So this had to be a real collaboration.
100%. And like you said, a lot of the storylines were based off her real life and things that she went through. And we know that a lot of children go through these things, especially with the pressures of the world today. So this show is going to change the world for the better. You know, it's tackling issues such as, you know, body shaming and self-expression and self-esteem. So I guarantee you this is going to change the world. And like I said, I just need everybody to go to Netflix and check it out, because it's life changing.
Ludacris, it really has been 15 years in the making, because Karma's 20 years old now, and she's going to the historic Spelman College in Atlanta.
Nice.
I heard you showed up on campus. Is that true?
What?
So, you know, the good thing is that she was trying to pick a bunch of different colleges, and she landed on Spelman, and I was like, yes, because I can still drive, and she's within arm's reach, and go check on her, make sure all the boys are in check.
Oh, how did
you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure they know who her dad is.
I'm sure Karma loves that.
Right. You and your wife, Adoxy, welcomed your fourth daughter. I remember we talked about it here on the show, Chance in July, but you almost missed the birth. What happened?
So I was shooting a movie with Queen Latifah that's coming out on Netflix next year, and I was in New Mexico.
Oh, wow.
So what happened was the wife called me and was like, you need to get to Atlanta right now. And it was already afternoon on the West Coast, and I couldn't find a commercial flight out, obviously, without having to take the red eye. So, you know, humbly speaking, I have my own plane for a long time. So I had to call my uncle, who's my pilot, to fly from Atlanta immediately to come get me in New Mexico in order to come back. And I made it 2 hours right before it was time.
Wow.
So
there you go. And in fact, we have a little gift for you guys.
Uh-oh.
It's a little third hour today onesie.
We put third hour today on there
Thank
because
you.
she's our new little buddy. I can't wait to meet her. So,
so really quickly, Luda, what's it like? I mean, you got 4 girls, your wife. You're the only man in the house. What's that like?
Well, you know, I have 22 acres of land, and I go outside as much as I possibly can. And pretty much this house is there, so, you know, I pretty much live outside.
I got you. And by the way, your pumpkin game, very strong, my friend.
Your wife's game.
Thank you. My wife will appreciate that you said that. She's the one who did all of this.
Tell her we appreciated it this morning. Karma's World. It's on Netflix today. Congratulations. We love talking to you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the weekend's about to begin, Jenna. What do you have planned? I'm so excited. We're gonna go to a little fall carnival with my kids. The same fall carnival I went to a couple years ago, and when we got on the pirate ship ride, I started yelling, "Stop this ride right now." It's scary, I forgot. So that'll be fun.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Okay, now for some fun in 21 Halloween edition. And today we're going to help you throw an unforgettable monster mash.
Yeah, we're talking about food, we're talking about drinks, decor, and more with the help of lifestyle expert Yvette Rios, who has party ideas for kids and grown-ups too. Take a look.
Halloween is my favorite time of year, so I'm going to share with you guys some of the things we're doing here at our cabin for Halloween. So starting out, celery and peanut butter is perfect for the kids' table, but what I did was I added chocolate chips to create little creepy insects. Roasted potatoes, easy breezy, lots of kids like roasted potatoes, but what you can do is make them into little shrunken heads by poking out eyes and a mouth. Donuts are such a kid favorite, but why not include a little takeaway treat like some vampire teeth in there, add some googly eyes, and they're so super fun. Strawberries and yogurt are such a treat. Just dip the strawberries in, add some chocolate eyes, and you're good to go. And my son, Rex, personally loves a hot dog, so I try to find ways to make them fun. So I made these mummy dogs by adding some crescent rolls and wrapping them around there, or some spiders. Super cute and super duper easy. And then lemonade is always a nice treat, but with a couple of drops of food coloring, you can actually turn it into black lemonade, which looks really mysterious and spooky. And then to add to our creepy vibe, I created this little specimen area over here. Super easy, start with water, add the inside of a highlighter, throw it in there, and you've got these great fluorescent colors with a black light. It looks amazing. And of course you need some fun Halloween activities for the kids. What do you guys think about tic-tac-toe? Good. Okay, cool. So I've got some pumpkins. I just painted them with O's and X's, white for one team, orange for the other. Who's gonna go first? Okay, skeleton, go first. Okay, but I've got another little trick up my sleeve. This is so fun. It's a sensory game. So basically what you do is you put all kinds of creepy things in these, and then the kids have to guess what they are.
I still think this is the lizard brain.
You think it is?
Dragon skin!
Oh, you are right, dragon skin. And because Halloween is not just for kids, the adults have to have fun too. Here's some really easy ways you can decorate for the adults. Of course, you need a bar. And I've got my wonderful bartender, Wilfred, over here. He's looking a little thin, but he makes an amazing cocktail. This is a monster margarita. It's got cilantro, jalapenos, tequila, super delicious and easy. Just throw it in the blender. This is a very simple centerpiece idea. I just grabbed some dried flowers and added some skeleton hands in there to make it nice and spooky. The wreath is super easy also. Just start with a regular twig wreath, spray paint it black, and then add some crows on there. They're always on the lookout, you know, trying to take care of things. And for our table, the centerpiece is actually old liquor bottles. I took the labels off and then I Mod Podged them with paint and a little food coloring to make them dark like this. So super easy. And this is stuff you would have just thrown away. And then I grabbed some branches from outside to make an easy centerpiece. We need a Halloween spread here. So I've got a graveyard charcuterie board. This is just all kinds of cheeses, whatever you'd like, but instead of just cutting the cheese normally, cut the soft cheese as a coffin. You can add some gravestones on there. So super fun. And then I've got a punch bowl here. This is a sangria, really easy. Start with a red wine, a nice dry red wine, add some lychee eyeballs and whatever fruit you want, a little ginger ale and maybe a little orange juice. It's absolutely delicious. Candied apples are perfect for this time of year, but these are black candy apples. They are so creepy looking and so super easy. Just add some food coloring into your normal candy and dip your apples and you're good to go. And then I've got some carpaccio wrapped eyeballs, mozzarella ball, stuff it with olives, wrap it with the carpaccio, super easy. And I've got a roasted cauliflower brain that's got oozy blood on the inside. The blood is actually beet hummus. It's absolutely delicious. And the cauliflower is the whole head of cauliflower roasted with a little salt, olive oil. And then I made some crackers out of tortilla chips and I used a cookie cutter to get the great shapes. And for our pièce de résistance over here, these little ghosts are so easy to make. You start with a balloon, use a Sharpie or paint to paint eyes and a mouth, and then gauze to wrap around it, and you can drape the gauze however, and they are so fun. I love it when they blow in the wind. They look like real phantasms. Happy Halloween, and stay spooky.
The weekend's about to begin, and look, behind us, all the cameras are blank because everybody is getting ready for the weekend.
Hope you'll tune in next week. We have stars galore: Gwyneth Paltrow, Sir Elton John, Ted Lasso himself, Jason Sudeikis. Oh my gosh,
Where's
I have
Al
to meet
Roker,
him.
his favorite. Plus the pioneer woman, our pal Ree Drummond, is stopping by with recipes from her new cookbook.
Have a great weekend. We'll see you guys Monday.
I'm Dr. Ross.
Since many of you will wash out or be fired, I won't waste time learning your names for at least a year. I will call you by your dwarf names. You, Happy. You, Mousy.
There wasn't a dwarf named Mousy.
They saved her for you.
Don't get me up to speed.
That is Sandra Oh as Dr. Christina Yang on Grey's Anatomy, the long-running hit that made the Canadian-born actress a star. Oh earned 5 consecutive Emmy nominations and won a Golden Globe Award for that role on Grey's Anatomy. When she ended her run on the show in 2014 after 10 seasons, Oh was confronted with the question faced by any actor walking away from a defining role. Now what? The answer for Oh was a lead role and an executive producer title in the acclaimed BBC America series Killing Eve, which has earned her another Golden Globe Award and 3 more Emmy nominations. In the midst of the success of that show, Oh hosted the Golden Globes and Saturday Night Live and was named one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people, all in the same year. Sandra joined me for a Sunday sit-down over Zoom from London, where she is shooting the final season of Killing Eve.
The times when you miss a studio, now it's just flicking lights.
That's literally what we're doing.
Thankfully, Sandra Oh is back in the studio, stepping into a lead role she plays in real life, too. Trailblazer.
Oh, there she is. Our first lady chair.
Woman, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. We're in dire crisis.
On the new Netflix series, The Chair, Oh stars as Dr. Ji-Yoon Kim, the first woman to head the stuffy English department at a prestigious university.
I feel like someone handed me a ticking time bomb because they wanted to make sure a woman was holding it when it explodes.
It's like what it is to be a woman and a person of color who enters into a leadership role, who's trying to change a very antiquated and patriarchal white system.
Could you dig into some personal experience as a woman of color who stepped into these prominent roles and sort of understand what she was going through?
Yeah, I do. One of the things that I feel like I have learned in my career that is a little bit ahead of Professor Kim is that change is slow when you are an individual facing an institution.
Dr. Kim's name, you say that was really important, that her name was authentically Korean.
I can trace, I feel like, how Hollywood has progressed. When I was on Grey's Anatomy for 10 years, the show never addressed people's ethnicity.
You're my person.
With the show Killing Eve, I was able to bring a certain aspect of Eve's cultural heritage. But in The Chair, when I saw that Dr. Kim's name is Ji-Yoon Kim, now I can play a character who specifically has a Korean name, and all the characters are going to call her that name correctly.
Oh was raised outside of Ottawa, Ontario, by parents who immigrated to Canada from South Korea in their 20s. Despite Oh's love of performance from an early age, her mother and father discouraged their daughter from pursuing a life in the arts, suggesting something more practical. But Oh went her own way, turning down a college scholarship to attend the National Theatre School of Canada.
What were those early years like when you said, Mom and Dad, I know you maybe don't get this, but this is what I want to do?
What I am so blessed with is that the way that they were an obstacle to me, it only makes you tougher in a good way. So when you are pounding the pavement, you already have a certain layer of confidence because you've already surpassed the doubt of the two most important people to you.
And the Golden Globe goes to Sandra Oh!
The moment when you win the Golden Globe for Killing Eve,
엄마, 아빠, 사랑해요.
what was that moment like to see your parents who were skeptical at the outset watch their daughter be so successful at what she chose to do?
It's profoundly satisfying that when you reach a certain type of milestone, your parents who support you so deeply are actually there in the audience.
Oh's parents first began to see the wisdom of their daughter's choice when she received acclaim for her role in the 2004 Oscar-winning film Sideways.
Why don't we go back to my place? I've got wines.
The next year, everything changed for Oh when she began her 10-season run as Dr. Christina Yang on the television phenomenon Grey's Anatomy.
I would like us to talk because I care.
Sideways and then Grey's Anatomy, it was a real shot out of the cannon.
With that Sideways success, you said to yourself, I don't have to do the girlfriendy, sidekicky thing. I can be front and center.
It was not in the terms of, I don't want to be XYZ. It was very much like, I only want to play dynamic characters. I only want to play things that inspire me.
Somebody's detain me!
What was it like in your life to be thrust onto that show, to have this big role on the biggest show on TV?
To be perfectly honest, it was traumatic. It's traumatic. And the reason why I'm saying that is the circumstances you need to do your work is with a lot of privacy. And so when one loses one's anonymity, you have to build skills to still try and be real. And I went from not being able to go out, like hiding in restaurants, to then being able to manage attention, manage expectation while not losing the sense of self.
How do you do it, though?
Well, have a good therapist. I'm not joking.
Important, yeah.
No, I'm not joking. It's very, very important. You just have to work at finding your way to stay grounded. And a lot of times that's by saying no.
A couple of years after leaving Grey's Anatomy, Oh said yes to playing the dynamic lead in the spy thriller series Killing Eve, earning a Golden Globe Award for her performance as British intelligence officer Eve Polastri.
I know something happened to you. With us. I know you're a psychopath.
Can you give us a little look ahead to season 4 of what your fans might expect?
Well, I honestly am just in the middle of shooting the last season, and I can tell you nothing.
I knew it.
Except
I thought I might break you, Sandra.
that, we're really, really working hard to try and really honor that relationship.
Very diplomatic answer. It felt like you were giving something and you really weren't.
Oh had a bit more to say on her recent 50th birthday in an Instagram post where she thanked family, friends, fans, and those great characters she's played.
I'm not a big poster. I just really wanted to thank everybody.
Is it overwhelming in some ways to stop at this point and say, oh, wow, look at all the things I've done?
Actually doing stuff like this, those are the moments that I actually have to stop and go, oh, what have I been doing? What have I been trying to make? And it's a really good checkup, thinking about it in those terms, but I think it's a good checkup. So thank you.
Sandra's new series, The Chair, is streaming now on Netflix, and that mysterious final season of Killing Eve airs next year. Don't forget to subscribe to the Sunday Sit Down podcast to hear the full-length interview with Sandra Oh. You can find it on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get yours.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends in today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Surfing's not a sport, it's a way of life, no hobby. It's a way of looking at that wave and saying, hey bud, let's party.
That is a young Sean Penn playing the gnarly surfer and stoner Jeff Spicoli in the 1982 classic Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Over the 39 years since that enduring movie was released, Penn has been one of the best and most respected actors in Hollywood. Nominated 5 times for the Best Actor Academy Award, he has won it twice for Mystic River and Milk. Off-screen, Penn has grown from a tabloid fixation during his marriage to Madonna in the 1980s to a leading humanitarian in Haiti and here at home during the pandemic. Sean and I got together this week at Gallagher's Steakhouse in Midtown Manhattan, a favorite spot in his earliest days as a Broadway actor, as long as someone else was picking up the tab. This is one of your old haunts, huh?
This would have been the first real restaurant where I would have been hosted by the director of my first Broadway play.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, that itself is a long time ago.
Those free steak dinners were a lifetime ago in the iconic career of Sean Penn.
That's right.
Now, 4 decades on, Penn is trying something for the first time, starring in and directing a movie. Flag Day is the true story of notorious counterfeiter John Vogel, trying to win back the respect of his daughter, played by Penn's real-life daughter, Dylan, who bears a striking resemblance to her mother, Robin Wright.
What do you do for a living?
You know what I do for a living? I'm an entrepreneur.
When the idea came across your desk, direct this film based on a true story, but also direct your daughter, what was your first reaction?
I had been sent the script, and I got to about page 30, and that's when my daughter's face got imprinted on that character in a way that occasionally had happened with other actors, but not to the point where it could now only be that face.
Dylan was not obviously an experienced actor at that point. What was it that told you she can do this?
But it wasn't until the first day of shooting when she just nailed the long scene. And I remember immediately being thrilled, admiring, moved, but mostly relieved.
The truth is, I've actually been out for a while.
Directing and acting at the same time, something you've never done before. How do you begin to manage that?
So there are people who are wired for that. For me, I have noticed in my life that I am overdrawn to multitask, and it puts an incredible stress on me. Directing is a 17-and-a-half-hour-a-day job anyway. The idea of going home to learn lines, each night was too much.
Would you do it again?
No.
Really?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I suppose if I found something that I identified as strongly with my son as this that I do with my daughter, I would certainly direct my kids again. Dylan's side of that story is that the next time we're on a set together, she's directing.
Penn's 2 children are carrying on a family tradition. Sean grew up in Malibu, California, himself the son of 2 actors. Were your parents initially as encouraging of you as you are of your children? I know there was one scene at the Repertory Theater where you came off stage very excited. Yeah. And what did your mother say to you?
I invited my parents to my first play, They came backstage afterwards, and she said, "You were terrible. You have to go to university and have something to fall back on." She's liked other performances better than that one since that time. I hope so.
Among Mom's early favorites, Penn's unforgettable breakout role as Jeff Spicoli in Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Oh, gnarly!
The parts got heavier from there. In movies like The Falcon and the Snowman, Colors, Carlito's Way, and in Dead Man Walking, which earned Penn his first Academy Award nomination.
Can she stay hell and touch me? Yes, she may.
Dead Man Walking.
In 2004, Penn won the Oscar for Best Actor for his portrayal of a grief-stricken father in Mystic River.
Is that my daughter in there?
What did it mean to have that trophy to your life and to your career?
The biggest part of the feeling of that is relief. Anybody who's been involved in a film that got campaigned for, people worked endless hours to get, people to see the film, and to some degree, it's on you. I'd love to say that, you hear your name and you just think, oh, wow. No, you just say, thank God. Yeah, I find winning Academy Awards a great relief.
Once and for all, let's break down the myths and destroy the lies and distortion.
5 years later, Penn won a second Oscar, playing gay rights activist Harvey Milk.
We've got to have equal rights for everyone.
Activism has been at the center of Penn's own life, too. In 2010, he co-founded the emergency relief organization CORE after Haiti was ravaged by a massive earthquake. At home in the United States during the pandemic, CORE has administered 5.3 million COVID tests and more than 1.7 million vaccines. Penn returns to Haiti this week after another devastating earthquake and the recent assassination of the battered country's president.
What does it look like from what you're hearing on the ground?
There's something biblical about it. And my job, psychologically and practically, is to do what the Haitians are doing, which is put one foot in front of the other. And then when I say I really mean our organization's job. And that's what they're doing. They got in on day one with heavy equipment to aid in the search and rescue and the rubble removal and medical personnel. But I'm getting the daily reports, and it's a real struggle.
Does it feel futile sometimes to go to a place that it's so hard to recover and you'll be back?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. This last few weeks, since the assassination, and with this earthquake, it feels futile, but that's not an operating principle, for any of us. Poor little me feels like the sky is falling here all the time, but imagining it through Haitian eyes, the lead you take is, you can say all day, I don't know how they do it, but as long as they're doing it, we gotta, find our way to do it with them.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Standing there in that dress, what it's doing to me ain't a secret, 'cause watching you is all that I can do, and I'm speechless.
That is the Grammy-winning hit Speechless by Dan and Shay, who used footage from their own weddings in that music video. Speechless was the second in a run of 3 consecutive songs by Dan and Shay to win the Grammy Award for Best Country Duo or Group Performance. They won their first trophy in 2019 for the #1 hit Tequila. Speechless came next, and earlier this year, the duo won the Grammy again for the song 10,000 Hours with Justin Bieber, which also went to #1. Dan and Shay came to Nashville separately. Dan from Western Pennsylvania, Shay from small-town Arkansas. Since meeting and making music together, they've racked up a staggering 8 billion streams of their songs. Dan, Shay, and I got together on a toasty New York City rooftop the other day for a Sunday sit-down and a taste of the spirit that's made them famous. How often do people offer to buy you a shot of tequila?
First time. This is the first time this ever happened, dude. Honestly, it happens a lot, which is fantastic. I don't think we haven't talked about it because we don't want it to stop.
It is the hit song that changed their lives and guaranteed Dan and Shay a lifetime of free shots. Great to see you guys.
So good to see you. Cheers, guys.
Dan Smyers and Shay Mooney are in a celebratory mood. Their anticipated 4th album, Good Things, earned gold status on the first day of its recent release, a first for a country artist in the streaming era. You sat down for this album. Did you feel like, okay, we got some pressure on us now? People are gonna be waiting to see what we do next?
I'd like to say like, no, man, we didn't really even think about it at all. Yeah. There definitely was pressure, but it was good pressure. It was like, man, we really have to make sure that we're bringing our A game.
Good Things, the follow-up to Dan and Shay's 2018 self-titled #1 album, was written and recorded mostly during the pandemic.
Being able to get on Zoom or whatever it was, and to be able to still write songs and to be able to kind of help each other cope, I think.
I feel like it was good for us. I feel like it caused us to go back to the basics, how we used to write songs, just sitting there with a pen and paper and an acoustic guitar and really diving in deep on the idea. But I think the fact that we had done that for so long gave us an advantage in this time where we could just kind of camp out in the guest bedroom in my house. I had a mattress leaning against the wall. You know, I'm pulling dog blankets, out of the closet, laying them on the floor. Hey, Shay, can you hold this pillow over your head?
Gotta get the perfect acoustic,
You would think at this point in our career, 4 albums in, I was like, I should get a proper studio. Or something.
Exactly.
I got the best singer in the world here, and he's like, having to hold a pillow over his head to reflect the sound.
Dan, you produced Good Things, and I understand you've got a checklist.
Oh, yeah. Man, my brain is all over the place. I think, for my mental health, like checklists have really helped me because it's daunting to make an album. It's a lot of work, but having that checklist, gives me just an objective thing to work towards every day. And it was like drums, bass, guitars, acoustics, piano, lead vocals, background vocals, and all those things. I think it allowed me to simplify the album process a little bit.
So you're a perfectionist?
Yes, to a fault.
Can say that.
To a fault.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good Things includes the 2019 Grammy-winning smash hit 10,000 Hours, a collaboration with pop superstar Justin Bieber. This week, another good thing. Dan and Shay finally are on the road again, picking up where they left off after their first ever arena tour was halted in March of 2020, just 3 shows in.
We get a taste of it, like we're all in. I mean, we're looking at MSG's sold out, all these amazing bucket list venues. Then all at once, I mean, the entire world shuts down.
Just to say that we were about to do arenas and then it was pulled out from under us, just being able to say that is incredible.
And now here we are, a year and a half later, like with a new album out to the fans. We've waited long enough. I think it just causes us to appreciate the moments a little bit more.
The rise to sold-out arenas has been relatively quick for Dan and Shay. The pair started writing music together less than a decade ago, after meeting at a party in Nashville.
My friend, he's like, there's these 2 guys that are they're having a house party tonight, and I'm like, I'm in. I didn't even need to know the details. I was like, I don't need to know their character. Like, they have a keg. Like, I'm down. Let's go.
So what do you remember about that night, Dan, that really led to all this?
We're all singing, and then it's like 2 in the morning. He's like, can I try one? And he starts singing, and I was like, everyone was like, oh my gosh, this is the best. It was the best singer I ever heard in my life. Pulled out my phone. I still have the voice memo of this, and I like held it up. I didn't know what would come of this. You know, I didn't ever expect to be sitting here talking to you in New York City and all these crazy accolades behind us. But I recorded him. I was like, and I labeled it best singer ever. It was December 7th, 2012.
Crazy.
The next day, I was just like, we need to write songs. Like, we had both been chasing this dream separately, obviously without much success. I was living in a house with no heat, no AC. No food to eat. I mean, I was sneaking in to the hotel across from Vanderbilt, actually. I probably shouldn't name the hotel, because they're probably going to come after me for all the continental breakfast.
34-year-old Dan Smyers was raised outside of Pittsburgh. 29-year-old Shay Mooney grew up in tiny Natural Dam, Arkansas. They each left home for Nashville to chase their music dreams. But nothing clicked until they found each other.
We wrote 2 songs that day, and honestly, we haven't stopped. It was insane. I mean, the first song we wrote got put on hold by a major artist, and then from there, it was just like, it happened.
The 2014 debut album, Where It All Began, put Dan and Shay on the map with their first #1 hit, Nothing Like You. A second album yielded 2 more #1 songs. But it was that record 3 years ago that sent them into the stratosphere, thanks to the crossover hits Tequila and Speechless.
I'm speechless, staring at you standing there in that dress.
I had this title, Speechless, in my phone. I didn't know what it was about. And then it was just like, we were talking, we were like, man, that moment when we saw our wives, it was like, stopped me in my tracks. I was speechless, and it was like, we gotta write that song, and we did. But the album was done. It was like, we gotta put this on the album. We sent it to our team, and everybody's like, the album's not done. 911, like, we gotta record this. So we did like a quick emergency session and recorded that at the 11th hour, and became one of the biggest hits of our career.
A career born late one night in Nashville, when 2 young musicians were brought together by fate and a keg.
You know, those moments, thinking back to that house party, you never think that those are the moments that are going to kind of change your life. I mean, if there was one pivotal moment, I mean, that was it. Meeting Dan there in that house party, and I was just thinking that I was going to go for some free beer.
So the moral of the story is always go to
the party.
Always go to the party. Words to live by. Dan Shay's new album, Good Things, is available now. The guys also just announced an upcoming single with Carrie Underwood called Only Us, off of the Dear Evan Hansen movie soundtrack. Don't forget to subscribe to the Sunday Sit Down podcast to hear the full-length interview with Dan and Shay. You can find it on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get yours.
Hey, Today All Day, we've got a great show for you on this Friday morning. Let's kick it off with the latest pop culture news you need to know. Take a look.
Best time of the morning, even if he's not here.
That's right. Our main squeeze, Carson Daly, working from home. What's up?
What's up, guys? Thanks so much. Graphics department former trainee, now making their debut, London Rose Daly, on the cards here. We're going to start George Clooney and Ben Affleck. The first trailer is out for the award-winning duo's latest project. It's called The Tender Bar. The pair last teamed up on the 2012 hit Argo, which was directed and starred Affleck, executive produced by George Clooney. This time around, George is taking the directing chair on the Affleck-led movie. It's based on the best-selling memoir by J.R. Moehringer. Tells the story of a young man who grows up at his uncle's bar. Take a look.
Okay, 2 rules.
Queen of Corona.
I'm never gonna let you in.
See me and Julio down by the schoolyard.
And I'm gonna always tell you the truth. Your father is deadbeat. I'll take care of you. Teach you the male sciences. I saw you in the yard playing sports. You're not very good. Find some other activities.
I like to read.
You read enough of those? Maybe. You could become a writer. One more thing, very important. Never hit a woman, even if she stabs you with scissors.
Rounding out that great cast are Lily Raby and Christopher Lloyd. The Tender Bar is in select theaters on December 17th. It'll be on Amazon Prime Video beginning January 7th. And guys, that bar, the Tender Bar, is literally 1/2 mile behind me here on Long Island, our local town bar.
Supposed to be an incredible book too, Carson. Have The Tender Bar.
It is. It's a tearjerker, but I think the movie's going to be fantastic.
Up next on Today Talks, the third hour breaks down ways to simplify your routine. Stay with us.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Today in the third hour, all the tricks you need to know to make your mornings not feel so slow. Check it out.
This morning, I feel like it's a theme here on the third hour of Today. We try to make your life a little easier. Real Simple Magazine is here to help with 7 products to simplify your routine.
Heather Muir is their beauty director. And to simplify your shopping experience, you can, of course, use that QR code on the bottom of your screen for instant access to all of these products. Heather, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So this is my new favorite thing, and I say that so genuinely. Let's tell everybody what this is for $15.
Yes. So J.R. Watkins, this is their in-shower aromatherapy spray. So if you guys are like me, maybe you don't have time to go to the spa, maybe you don't have time to take a bath anymore. You get in the shower, start running the water, mist this around the water.
Give it a little spritz.
We'll get it going here, Jen.
And it's a whole vibe.
I'm vibing.
Oh.
And it literally fills up your bathroom, so you're getting that sauna
With the
effect.
steam.
And this is their Awaken, their rosemary. It smells incredible.
Oh my God, this is a $15 spa right
so
here.
it's like your 5-minute shower turned spa treatment.
Done.
So you're
Let me
gonna
just
love
vibe up the next destination. Sorry.
We love it. Next up, you guys, Jones Road Beauty. This is their Miracle Balm. My new makeup obsession.
What is this?
So what you want to do is you have to break the seal with your fingers and kind of warm it up. It has these gorgeous gold flakes. You can wear it alone or over makeup, and it's going to lighten your makeup bag because it takes the place of eyeshadow, blush, and lipstick.
Oh, just a little...
Just that dewy, fresh, healthy glow.
That's exactly how you apply it.
That you already have.
I look like your daughter. Okay.
But amazing multitasking product right here.
This is for people who have hair issues, I heard. Is that true?
So we love this line at Real Simple. It's exclusive to Walmart, and it's all about celebrating curls and coils.
Hey. Oh, excuse me.
I mean, Jacob, you got it going on already. But, you know, so we love this line because it's really customized. A lot of products have like 1 leave-in conditioner. This actually has 2, depending on the porosity of your hair.
Okay.
So it really caters to 3A to 4C, available at Walmart, super affordable, and it really preps your hair so that your curls look amazing and you don't have to fuss with them later.
Are you a 4C?
I have no idea, but whatever it is, I'm going to start using this tomorrow.
Okay, so tell us about this.
I
think this
love
could be
these.
Great. Yeah.
So makeup artist Jenny Patinkin created these cloths. They're amazing. So they have activated charcoal in them. So say, Chanel, you accidentally sleep in your makeup one night.
Accidentally,
Jacob,
it's a problem.
Maybe you need like a deep
do it all the
clean.
time. Okay.
So with these cloths, you guys, you just add water. You don't have to mess with face
And
wash.
then-
The activated charcoal is gonna pull out any of that dirt, debris, oil.
Wait,
so
you don't
get a
need
really,
water?
You need water,
Oh, you
but
do
not
need water.
face
Oh,
wash.
okay.
Oh, you still need to wash. And then just rinse it and use it later or clean it up?
Yeah, so it's machine washable. Okay. And these urgent care cloths last for about a year.
Wow.
So, you know, instead of going through face wipes, this is a great alternative.
Fair. Good for the environment as well. All right,
Okay,
next.
something for the guys.
I actually own this stuff.
You
Really?
do? Yes!
What is it?
This is Kiehl's brushless shaving cream. So my husband has tried it all, you guys, and the Kiehl's is amazing. So it has menthol and camphor, so it's really cooling.
Yes, smells so good.
What do you get this luxury? It's just
What do
a
I do?
shaving cream.
Shaving cream.
Oh,
I
it's
think
just
you'll want to
shaving
steal like I do.
Listen.
And the best part
You're
is
like,
it doesn't
Smells delicious.
It doesn't
Yes, exactly.
give you that razor bumps, those, you know, that
It's Friday.
burny. I can't keep him on track, you guys. Just shave with this. You're gonna love it. Full shave, no razor burns. Okay, another one, Jacob, for you, for the guys.
Okay.
Off-court, high-performance body spray. So you get to knock out deodorant and cologne in one spritz.
What are you saying about me, Heather? Does it smell?
It smells amazing.
Thank you.
And for $11, it literally smells like a sophisticated, fancy, expensive.
Can I smell?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now I want to show you a tip. Now wait.
Sophisticated, fancy,
Go
what
ahead.
is it?
Go ahead.
So another tip, you guys, when you're
Ooh, that is sophisticated and
good for
Okay, no, but
$11.
it is really nice.
But and another
Isn't
tip,
that nice?
when you want to spray perfume and you're testing it, spray it into the cap, and then you can decide if you like
I
it
never
and
thought
then
of
do it out in the air.
Gone are the
quick
days
little
of
tip.
this. Okay, so this last one, it says a baby ointment that you say works for adults.
Yeah, so this is Tubby Todd. This is their all-over ointment. I have an almost 2-year-old, and I tried everything for his red cheeks, his little eczema, his diaper rash. This is the cream that never disappointed. It has plant botanicals, and we love it so much. I get this like funky rash on my finger, the ring.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that cleared it up.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, it's a real feel-good Friday after this.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Welcome back today on Hood and Jenna. We've made it through the week, so it's time to kick off the weekend with some feel-good fun. Take a look.
It's time for a little meme time. We love that. That's what we do on Fridays. It just amuses us. Maybe you're bored with it. We love it. Okay, so we try to find a weird picture that we post on social media, and then you guys come in with great captions.
Okay, and again, you did not disappoint. So out of hundreds of responses, this is
that's
the picture. Wow.
Oh, God.
Both of us have really never looked worse. But anyway, here are some of our favorites. Derek Shore wrote, "Look, Jenna, no cavities."
James Teroli sent in, "When did you pierce your tongue?" That was you.
Yeah, okay. Jennifer King gave us a Thomas Rhett reference with, "When I said be a light, that wasn't what I meant."
Ashley Epley went with, "Do I have something stuck between my teeth?"
Okay, Lauren wrote, "When you beat Jenna and Donna Rama."
Oh, I like that. And finally, Susan Ulrich said, "I said how, not halitosis."
Oh no, a new nickname that people are going to call him. Yes, they're going to call him halitosis when he doesn't brush his teeth.
No, they won't.
That's like when Mila gets mad and calls Poppy Poopy Poppy.
Well, that's what happens. They used to call me Hody Commody, like the
commode. Like the toilet?
Yeah.
You know, one time a friend of mine in high school gave me a swirly. Have you ever been given a swirly? No. He lifted me, he put me in the toilet and flushed it.
Your head
and
or
my
your
hair,
head?
My head in the toilet, my head came out.
Like a swirly?
Like a swirly.
Okay, that's very unsafe.
That was disgusting, Will Bridges. Okay, if you want to join in next week, follow us on social media at Hoda and Jenna, and you might see your meme on the show.
Speaking of swirly, this next story is for you. Okay, so every class has a class clown when they're in grade school. And you have described the feeling you got as a child when you got to laugh, like intoxicating.
Yes, and my parents said they wish they hadn't laughed so much.
Because you kept doing it?
Because then I continued.
Okay, so then you were that way at home. What about when you went into school?
When I was little, probably not, but in middle school, I went through a class clown phase.
You did? So what did you, like what stuff?
Like I broke a pen on my face on purpose and stuff like that. Stupid stuff. But it did make the class laugh.
But they say if you have a class clown in your little midst, this is good news. Funny kids were also some of the brightest in class because you had to have that sense of timing, that sense of everything to make your stuff
I wish I had known that in third grade. So a new study suggests that kids with a strong sense of humor could also have high intelligence.
See, that's good. Researchers report children with higher than average levels of knowledge and verbal reasoning excel at humor. Isn't it funny when we see our kids have great timing or crack a joke and get it? You're like, oh my gosh, you get it.
Poppy is so funny.
Is she?
She's like, we call her little Amy Schumer because she kind of has physical comedy too.
So what does she do?
Like she just is so funny. It's stuff that you hope she doesn't do as a high schooler.
Yeah.
Like sometimes she'll take off her pants. her dance moves are hilarious. And Henry and I are like, she loves it. Like, there's like, when she makes people laugh.
She can't stop.
Oh my gosh.
You're kind of like, when you're at a party and you hit something, I can tell you get that glint in your eye. You're like, I'm back.
Yeah, I like to.
7th
Don't
grade.
you like to do that?
It's funny when you get something, but you're unique in that way. Like, you have that thing. They say it wasn't the same for grown-ups. Researchers found that do not find the same strong connection between humor and adult intelligence. So there's that.
Oh.
So what does that mean? Funny
So
grown-ups?
you lose it? So funny kids don't turn into smart
funny-
grown-ups?
No.
Oh, they turn into dumb grown-ups?
No.
What happens?
I don't know. Just, You're just you.
Do you guys ever have dreams that involve work or people at your workplace?
Yeah, I have it a lot. What's your recurring? Do you have a recurring
My
work?
recurring is that I never went to a math class, like a high school math class. And I'm sitting in the desk in my old high school, and the teacher says today's the day for the exam. And I'm like, but I haven't been to one class.
Here. I don't even know where I am.
But I haven't been to one, and how am I going to do this? That's my anxiety dream. What about yours?
Mine is that it's 2 minutes to the show, and the set isn't where it's supposed to be, and they say it's over that hill. So I start running over the hill, and I go, it's got to be 1 minute, and I know it's like a real big day. And when I get to the top of the hill, I'm saying to someone, where is it? They go, oh, they didn't tell you they moved it. And it keeps getting moved in my dream, and I literally wake up with my heart pounding.
Yes.
Literally, not figuratively.
It's
actually.
Is your heart pounding?
Yes, it's pounding. Dum,
You
dum,
can
dum,
feel
dum,
it
dum, dum, dum.
pounding.
Yes, like out of
Okay,
my
well,
chest.
then that is literal.
Literally out of my chest. No, it's not. It's in my chest. But anyway, but I hate that feeling because we live our lives on deadlines here.
Yes.
If you're not here in the
Yes.
seat at 10 o'clock, as Davey knows well, the show starts with or without you. You can't say, can I just have
Can you
5 extra
imagine
minutes?
being late?
No,
Thank
that's why I'm
goodness
so
I was
worried.
raised by the parents that I was raised from. When
Same.
it was Sunday church, hours before, they'd be like, it's time to go to church. We're like, wait, what?
We're not dressed yet.
And even now, Barbara's like, Dad, we're 40. You don't need to tell us 47 times to get dressed for church.
I like how you say we're 40. I love that.
We're not
with a
even
twin.
40 yet.
But I love that.
But
I love how you're like, we are. How fun to be able to say that.
I know, that's
we're
fun.
35. Okay, it is time for one of our favorite times of the day, Best Band Friend Friday. And today we're about to call a wonderful woman named Veronica Evans, 6 years old, from Memphis, Tennessee.
Veronica wrote to us. She said that she is our true #1 fan. She has not missed one show since our debut in the spring of 2019.
We already love Veronica. Let's get her on the phone. Please, Veronica, be home.
Please be home, Veronica.
Oh,
beautiful. We're not doing the same thing because we couldn't. Veronica.
Hi, it's Hoda and Jenna. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, first of all, can we ask you if it's okay to record you for the show?
Yes, it is.
No, good.
Veronica, we have been dying to meet you.
And I have been dying to meet you guys.
We get into our studio. We have a seat for you. It's going to be the Veronica seat. It's going to be the
Front
perfect
row.
front row. It'll be all for you. But you're our Best Fan Friend Friday, and it makes us feel good. How does it make you feel?
Oh, I am so excited right now.
Oh, Veronica, we're so glad we could get you on the line. We knew that you were born and raised in Memphis, but there is another city and sports team that you and Hoda both love.
Yes, the Saints.
Who that? Oh my God! Don't you think Drew's doing so well on NBC as a sportscaster?
He is, but I miss him so.
I miss him too.
I am a big Drew fan, but we got to move on.
Well, you know what? All right. So, since you are our fan of the week, we're gonna have some fun, play a little round of trivia. Are you ready?
We'll see. I need help.
You can do this, Veronica. Okay, ready? On Monday, we threw a big celebration on our plaza for International Day of the... Yes! That's correct. So,
Congratulations, Veronica. Back now with an inspiring story about a 6-year-old boy named Zeke, who you see behind us. Early last year, while he was battling leukemia, he was in desperate need of a bone marrow transplant.
That's when the organization Be The Match made a life-saving connection between Zeke and not just one, but 2 strangers who gave him the beautiful gift of life and hope. Take a look at Zeke's incredibly brave journey.
To see 7-year-old Zeke now swimming with his family is to witness a small miracle. He's worlds away from when he was first diagnosed with myelodysplastic syndrome, a blood cancer back in early 2020.
My heart just sank.
There was a lot of unknowns and uncertainty about what the next steps would be.
We then headed up to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia in June 2020
to begin treatment for the bone marrow transplant.
It was here that Be the Match, a bone marrow registry, matched Zeke with a donor.
So Zeke's first transplant actually didn't end up taking. And fortunately, praise God, there was another donor who stepped up to donate, who was a 10 out of 10 match for Zeke. And so Zeke had his second transplant. Zeke's attitude was just astounding.
There was terribly hard times, but he hardly ever complained.
I want to thank my nurses for taking care of me and having fun with me.
Every day with him was such a joy, whether he was having a really rough day or having the best day ever. And he had this little mantra he would say. It was, I am brave, I am strong, I am courageous.
He became known as the boy who loved otters.
He would walk around the halls with like his otter backpack on.
Here's a fun fact about otters. Otters can juggle.
And he would always say something about like, they hold hands when they sleep, or they have a special rock.
Zeke was just so very brave in all aspects.
I've got strength from God.
Can't tell you how many times he came to us saying, Mommy, will you pray for me this moment? Daddy, will you pray for me for this? He spent over 220 days in the hospital. Due to COVID, Zeke didn't get to see his siblings at all. And when he finally got out, it was an incredible day.
Okay, open!
So on July 28th, 2021, it was told to us that Zeke was cancer-free and 100% donor cells, which was music to our ears and just a joyous celebration of a victory that the Lord gave us.
I'm feeling better these days and it feels good to be out of the hospital.
While Danielle and John were thrilled to have Zeke home, they still knew very little about the two donors who helped save their son's life.
So I initially joined Be the Match. I was in my early 20s, 6 or 7 years went by. I got the call in March of 2020 saying that I had a match, and I called them back and I said, I'm ready to donate.
I still feel so much for our first donor because the time that she gave in the middle of the pandemic to walk into a hospital when so many people were trying to avoid hospitals at all costs for the fear of COVID, and she went and donated for our son, who she had no idea who he was. And although those cells didn't take, it did buy time for the second donor. So our first donor was very much a part of saving Zeke's life.
I found out that I was a match in the spring of 2020. I was immediately like, yep, I'm doing this. I signed up because my best friend, Clint Fleckler, had leukemia and was the recipient of a stem cell transplant. I know how life-changing it is and how life-giving that it can be.
I just want them to know that what they did mattered.
Well, last month, the Puig family got the opportunity to tell them in person.
You're awesome, buddy.
Be the Match connected Zeke with not just one, but both of his donors.
Meeting Zeke was a full circle moment for me. It was so meaningful.
Jen was nice.
Because she donated, that prolonged his life, and it served as an absolutely necessary bridge.
Mark was very tall, and it's cool that we have the same cells.
Got a friend for life in Zeke, and with Zeke's family too.
It was surreal. Feelings of gratitude towards both of these strangers that donated cells to our son, who was a stranger to them.
When we saw Mark, he has the same cells as our boy, and I didn't want to stop hugging him. So life now is very adventurous, and we just got to go on our first family vacation for a week long in almost 2 years.
And it was really fun, and I floated on my back like an otter.
Here he is a year later, getting to swim, play, be with siblings, all because of two people.
I would 100% donate again if I was asked to.
I would do the same thing again.
I'm grateful for Jen and Mark because they just saved my life.
Today Talks continues after the break.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Looking forward to hearing this next story. It has all the makings of a Hollywood movie, a prison break, a new identity, and a second chance.
Get this, it centers around a man named Bobby Love, who lived most of his life with a very big secret.
I mean, guys, he even hid it from his wife, Cheryl, until his past caught up with him. They share their story in a new book, The Redemption of Bobby Love, a story of faith, family, and justice.
I say my prayers when I go to bed. I say my prayers when I get up in the morning. I'm the most fortunate person that I know, really.
We're sitting right here and now. We're holding hands. I'm with him, loving him.
Yes.
Bobby and Cheryl Love met in the early 80s while working at a Brooklyn medical center.
I was a dietary aide, and Bobby at that time was a pot washer.
They wed in 1985, had 4 children, and built a beautiful family. While working multiple jobs, Bobby still made time to coach Little League and serve as a church deacon.
I never got in any type of trouble. I was straight and narrow on my jobs.
Cheryl, what was he like?
He was a smart guy. He made people laugh. He made me laugh. I mean, I felt good around him.
But then, on one fateful day in 2015, a door knock changing everything. And a secret Bobby was hiding for nearly 4 decades came to light.
This is where it happened.
Tell me about that day when your life changed.
I was fixing a cup of tea, and there was this loud knock at the door. Bam, bam. So I just went and opened the door, and lo and behold, FBI, the New York City police, with their guns drawn. Stand back, ma'am. You don't know who this is. What? And I'm looking at Bobby, like, honey, what are they talking about? But he's not looking at me. I'm crying. This is overwhelming.
They said to me, "What's your name?" I said, "Bobby Love." He said, "No, I want your real name." Then I said, "Walter Curtis Miller."
Turns out, Bobby was a fugitive from North Carolina who had changed his identity, but Cheryl never knew. What happened? What was the turn where you came off the path?
You know, being in the Jim Crow South, the opportunities was limited. I mean, I was young. I just wanted more than what I had. And started stealing.
Back in 1971, he was arrested and charged with armed robbery, then convicted and sentenced to 25 to 30 years. In 1977, escaping from a prison transport bus.
When the bus got to a certain point, making a turn on that intersection, I jumped off the back of the bus.
Where do you go?
I found my way to the bus station in Raleigh.
With a one-way ticket to New York City, he turns himself into Bobby Love and meets Cheryl. Are you thinking, Bobby, at some point, do I tell this young woman about my past?
I found Cheryl to be very honest about everything. She would probably would have told me to turn myself in.
Would you have?
Absolutely.
In the back of your mind, are you worried that someday that past is going to come knocking on your door?
Not at that time.
How come?
I said to myself, I'm not ever getting any more trouble.
Now, arrested again, Bobby was extradited to North Carolina, back to prison.
The lawyer in New York, when he had got arrested that day, she called me. She goes, Cheryl, so when you go to see Bobby, you're gonna say, I'm here to see Walter Curtis Miller. When I hung that phone up, I said to my daughter, oh, that's your father's name.
While you're in there, do you think about the people that you might have wronged?
Yes, I do. I was at a place now where, I'm regretting a lot of things. I'm, starting my journey, my walk, and believing in God.
What was this like for you during this time when he was in jail?
I said, you're gonna get out of there. You've been doing the right thing. God will forgive you for your past. And, I forgive you. I want you to forgive yourself too.
Bobby was paroled in 2016. Today, the Loves, walking fully in their truth, with hope that this story of faith in each other resonates. Are you guys proof that there is redemption?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Turning your life around. There's always room for that.
And he is free now.
Candidate Johnson has come a long way since we started our all-access coverage of his campaign. We captured the good, the bad, and the surreal.
Life starts tumbling. Who's your daddy? Who's your baby? Who's your buddy? Who's your man? See you at the polls. Let's do this.
Hey guys, I'm Willie Geist, and that is a scene from Young Rock, the NBC comedy about the childhood of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, as told by Johnson while he runs in a fictional presidential campaign. Some people, including many of Johnson's hundreds of millions of Instagram followers, have suggested the magnetic professional wrestler turned Hollywood superstar should consider a real-life run for the presidency. His thoughts on that in a moment. Growing up, Johnson bounced around the country as the son of a barnstorming pro wrestler named Rocky Johnson. Dwayne eventually got into the family business and became the biggest star in wrestling, known as the People's Champion. He made his first major appearance in a movie 20 years ago. The Mummy Returns was the beginning of a film career that has put Johnson at the top of the list of Hollywood's highest paid actors for the last 2 years. Dwayne and I got together recently for a Sunday Today Sunday sit down, and now we bring you an extended cut of that interview, including a birthday toast with his very own Terramana tequila.
I wanted to make sure that the bottle represented its founder. So broad at the shoulders, narrow at the hip.
The neck's a little thin, though, Dwayne.
That neck's a little thin, but there's a little bit of some muscle size to the neck there.
Should we pour a little of the Blanco, of the Terramana Blanco, and have a toast?
We shall, my brother. Let's do it.
So tell me, as we pour this, Dwayne, the story behind this. What gave you the idea? Because I understand it's been a long time coming.
It has been a long time coming, but this idea of creating a tequila brand was something that I had thought about almost 10 years ago. But usually with a lot of things that I do, I like to take my time. I don't like to rush things, especially if it's something that I really feel passionate about. And I feel like there's an opportunity here to create something for who I like to call my number one boss, the consumer. Now, I always have to follow that comment up with, besides my wife and my daughters.
There you go.
As you know, you have 2 kids and a wife too as well.
Yeah.
So when it comes to creating something, I think that they will enjoy, I just want to take my time. And then years later, here we are on my birthday. But I will say, before we raise this glass, tomorrow is your birthday, May 3rd. So this is going to be a good toast, brother, a good happy birthday toast to both of us.
Well, I appreciate it. And a happy birthday to you, not only on the birthdays, but on the 1-year anniversary of Terramana. So cheers to you and cheers to Terramana.
3 birthdays. Here we go.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Cheers.
You know, Randall, to understand me, you got to understand where I came from.
Right in front of you right now is the show Young Rock here on NBC, which has done really well. How accurate is it? How close is it to what your young life was?
Willie, it is accurate to the T. Now, you know, some stories that happen, say, for example, in Nashville, Tennessee, we moved that story to take place in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Something that may have happened in Bethlehem may have shifted to Hawaii, but everything is derived from the truth. And I have had just what I used to call and still do a Forrest Gumpian childhood growing up, where the intersection of my life, and you know, we've talked about this in the past, my childhood was wild in that I grew up in the world of professional wrestling when wrestling in the 80s and in the 70s was way different than it is today. They were all based on local territories and local promotions. And a lot of the times, including my father, the wrestlers would live paycheck to paycheck, but they also lived this really interesting life. And what I mean by interesting is there's a term that we have in the wrestling industry. It's called working the gimmick. And working the gimmick is when wrestlers have to be on their character 24/7. So when you went out, and you and I were kids, and we went out in the public and we saw, for example, Sergeant Slaughter. Yeah. Well, he was always Sergeant Slaughter. Mm-hmm. We saw, you know, the Iron Sheik. He was always the Iron Sheik. And all these wrestlers, they were always who they were. Now, what's interesting is they had to drive a Cadillac or a Lincoln. They had to look the part, diamonds, you name it. They had to look being a star. But yet the B-side and the revelation is once they got back in the car, they drove back to their little apartment and they were still living paycheck to paycheck and they were still doing their best to survive. So it was this unique upbringing that I had that converged and intersected with all these amazing heroes of mine in the world of pro wrestling. But then, you know, there's a lot of life lessons that I didn't know I was being taught back then that you realize many years later. That had helped shape and groom who I am today.
No question. And I don't think everyone, even some of your fans, fully appreciate what your childhood was like. I think you lived in like 13 or 14 places by the time you were into high school. And then I love the way you talk about arriving in Nashville from Hawaii. You've already got your driver's license. You're a big dude. I think you might have had a mustache at that point. And these kids in Nashville was like, who is this guy?
I did. So we were evicted off the island in Hawaii, couldn't pay the rent, again, paycheck to paycheck. I get to Nashville and I already have a driver's license because in Hawaii, you could get your driver's license when you're 14.
Right.
So I'm 15, I go to high school, and at that time there was a TV show, 21 Jump Street.
Oh yeah.
Right? So of undercover high school.
Johnny Depp, yeah.
Johnny Depp. And they were all convinced, Willie, and this is not hyperbole, that I was an undercover cop. At 15, I was already 6'4", 220. I had a full mustache. I was, you know, I was jacking the weights every day back then too as well. So I was, you know, I had some muscle to me, and I was driving. So to them, and I looked different, and to everybody, they were thinking, well, this doesn't make sense. He's already got a car. The guy looks like he's 78 years old. There's something wrong. They thought I was an undercover cop. The teachers thought I was an undercover cop, principals, and the students too as well. I had no friends, no play with the ladies whatsoever.
Really? You had the car though, Dwayne. The car didn't help?
The car helped a little bit, but you know, I hung out with a few girls. Those were the ones who just, I think they were more interested in the fact that maybe I was an undercover cop. I don't know. But it was, again, just wild. And from there, we were forced to leave Nashville and wound up in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Same thing all over again. There was that process. Oh, you were an undercover cop. And but then once we settled and we got some roots in Bethlehem, things changed.
No one is more shocked than me. I thought for sure Dwayne was an undercover cop. I was this close to asking him to an Eagles game.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Yeah, I mean, you laugh about it now, but you watch Young Rock in the show. That had to be tough on a young kid to just put some roots down and feel like, okay, I'm getting started at this new school, and now we're up and moving to a different town. That must have been a difficult childhood.
It was, but you don't know it at that time. You know, Willie, it's just, I was an only child, and it's just what I knew. And there was no, there really was no anchoring in. So we never lived in a house. It was always apartments and mobile homes. So there was really no anchoring in, and we would move about every year and a half. But it was just my life at that time, and I didn't know any different. So I would adjust. But now looking back, yes, it was challenging. However, it did force me as a kid to adjust and to be and to be flexible and show a little bit of agility on my feet, you know, to try and make new friends. And on top of all that, by the age of, I would say between the ages of 7 and 11, people thought that I was a little girl because I was so. Why? Because I had really soft features and I had really soft afro hair. So everywhere I would go, thank you for laughing, really. I appreciate it. I need therapy. It still hurts, doesn't it? Things have worked out okay for me.
I was going to say you did all right.
Man, I used to get on the bus, and I never forget. I'll tell this story, and fan audience will appreciate this. I got on the bus when 5th grade, first day of school. I get on the bus. I've never ridden a bus in my life. I'm terrified to get on a bus to begin with. My mom just pushes me on the bus. I'm halfway crying. I sit down next to a kid, and within 60 seconds, he goes, "Can I ask you something?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Are you a boy or a girl?"
Ooh.
I went,
5th grade. Ooh. That'll say, you'll still talk
They'll
about
say
that
anything.
Oh,
so
man.
After he recovered, because I knocked him out, he was, it's the tequila talking, really. It really is.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast. Available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go!
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Today is now a podcast. Available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Star ever. His father really made a name for himself here in Madison Square Garden. So did his grandfather, Rocky Maivia.
I'm curious how, Dwayne, after, given everything you've said about your life and growing up, the son of a professional wrestler, how once you got through Miami and played football and you tried to play in the CFL and that didn't quite work out, and you fly back to Miami, open your wallet, I have $7 left. What drove you then, knowing the life that could await you as a wrestler, what drove you to that life, to get into the ring?
Passion. It was passion. Again, I grew up, I loved pro wrestling. I loved it, Willie. I loved it. These guys were my heroes, especially at that unique time in the 80s, in the early 80s. Pro wrestling was just such a unique industry because when wrestlers would talk in their interviews, yes, they were over the top and wild, and some talked very soft and some talked really loud, and some posed and got crazy, and some were very serious. What was interesting about that is there was such a deliverable of authenticity, because back then, if you could not deliver a great interview, you were not going to survive in the world of pro wrestling.
Right.
So these guys, it was all they could do to try and connect down the lens. And then, of course, everything, the match, they would have the match, and hopefully the match was great. But I love pro wrestling, and I love the interview parts of that, and I love these great characters. So I always had a passion for wrestling. So when I was cut from the CFL, and I was sent home, and I had $7 in my pocket, and it wasn't all paper either. It was like 501 and change. at least I rounded up. So I was optimistic in my economics that at least I had $7, and I felt in my gut, Willie, that I had something to offer in the world of pro wrestling. I didn't know what it was. I had no idea. And the fight I got in with my dad was extraordinary. My dad was a pro wrestler, and he came up at a different time, and his thought was, I love you as my son, and look around. We're in a little apartment that I can barely pay for, and I've given my life to pro wrestling. I'm not blaming anyone, but it was my life, and this is what I have. I want more for you. And the reason why we got in a fight, I had just gotten a call from my coach at the CFL. His name was Wally Buono. He's a legend in the CFL and a mentor of mine. And he just offered me a spot to come back and try out for the team next season. And I said, I appreciate it, coach. Thank you very much, but I'm going to close this chapter in my life. Hung up the phone. My dad said, who was that? And I told him how the call went. And he goes, now, what are you going to do? I said, well, I want to try and get in the business. He goes, what business? I said, in wrestling. We had the biggest fight, Willie, the biggest fight. But eventually he agreed to train me. And the rest was, as they say, through a lot of hard work and a little bit of blood and a lot of sweat, the rest was history.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking, who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day.
Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut.
cold cuts.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today, with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Which means finally, The Rock has come back home.
And it wasn't like flip on the switch and you're at WrestleMania. It was car dealerships, right, in the parking lot, county fairs, all that kind of stuff to build to where you ultimately arrived.
Correct, because in no way was I ready for the big leagues of the WWE. You got to cut your teeth somewhere. Now, as we were talking about earlier, luckily when I broke into pro wrestling, it was in 1996. So at that time, there were still a few small wrestling territories. Mm-hmm. And one of the territories that was still around was what's considered the Memphis territory, the USWA, where every star eventually came through. You starved down there because you were making $40 a match. That was my guarantee, was $40 per match, literally $40 per match. No more than that, just 40, no more, no less. There is where I cut my teeth and I made my bones and I learned how to wrestle and I learned the wrestling industry. And that was in used car dealerships. It was sometimes in barns, high school gyms, flea markets every week. We would wrestle in a flea market every week, every Monday night. And then every Saturday night was the State Fair in Nashville. Wow. Flea market was in Memphis. And I lived at the Waffle House. That was my jam, really.
Smothered, covered, all of it. Yeah,
smothered, covered, the hash browns, the whole deal. 5 cents, I think, was for the jukebox, and we just sit there. I think it was, but yeah, those were times though when I look back. So grateful for those times. I didn't have any money back then. Nobody really does when you start out, but man, what a learning lesson that was. Because today, I'll tell you, whether it's whatever it is that's in my life, those times I keep in the forefront of my mind. I truly do. And they give me perspective that I'll never forget. I don't take any of this for granted because things could have been much different for me. And sometimes I look back on some of those stories and I go, I don't know how they weren't. I don't know how sometimes this happened, truly.
I suspect you were going to find a way to get where you are one way or another. But were there ever moments where you were at a county fair or at the flea market where you said, man, I don't know if this is going to work out. Maybe I should have listened to Dad, or maybe I should try to do something else?
Never. Never, honestly. Now, not at that time, because at that time, I was doing what I loved. Now, I love playing football. I love playing football. I loved it. I had a passion for it. I felt like that football was my ticket to buy my parents their first house, for me to buy my first house, buy my mom, we have these dreams, buy my mom her first car, and football was my ticket. Football was my ticket for my education. We couldn't afford college. So I got a full scholarship at University of Miami, played with great players. But in football, I always knew every time I stepped on the field that I was always trying to catch up because I didn't have the football experience a lot of the guys had. I only had 2 years of high school football. And when I got to University of Miami, I got injured my freshman year. So again, I was playing catch up and I was behind. So it's everything that you could, and that's a fast moving game. And players at especially University of Miami at that time, Ray Lewis, Warren Sapp, Gino Torretta, Heisman Trophy winner, you name it. We had the best team in the country. And so the players, we all pushed each other, but it was a very consistent, I got to get better. I got to play catch up. I'm playing catch up here behind the 8 ball and still trying to find the shift and click moment. You know how in life, when we do something, we do something and it's a shift and click and I'm here. This is what I was born to do. When I stepped into a wrestling ring, I never had that. This feels at home. And I feel like this is what I was born to do. So yes, it was at a county fair. Yes, it was at a flea market in front of 150 people. Half of them going, "You suck." That's okay.
That's wrestling. Somebody's got to be telling you suck, right?
That's wrestling. But I never had that moment in wrestling. No. Now, when I left wrestling and transitioned to Hollywood, there was a time there where I wondered if I had made the right decision because the movies, I was, to use a baseball analogy, I was hitting singles, maybe a double if I got lucky, but they weren't in no way, they weren't commensurate, I think, to the success I thought I was going to have. So certainly not the success I already had in wrestling because I had left wrestling. I quietly walked away from wrestling and because I felt like I really needed to commit myself to movies. And commit myself to that career. And if I was going to have a shot at film in Hollywood or any kind of career that had longevity in Hollywood, I got to commit to it. So when I quietly walked away, there was a time where I felt like, I don't know if this was the right decision.
It's funny, Dwayne, as we sit here toasting all these anniversaries, it was 20 years ago on May the 4th that The Mummy Returns came out, which is the first prominent role you had in a movie. So 20 years since you really did make that transition over. Can you believe from that moment and all those doubts you had about it, where you've ended up now as, by a lot of measures, the biggest star in Hollywood?
No, I can't believe it. No, that was never my goal. Willie, the goal was not to become the biggest this or the biggest that or most this. It was just to have a career that was good, and quality was important to me because also I came from a world that, while very successful, and consistently did good business, what we'll call in the world of pro wrestling, it was looked down upon when I came to Hollywood. And it was because it was wrestling and it's pro wrestling and there's a space for it. And yes, the ratings are pretty good, but it's still wrestling.
Yeah.
So I had that mark and I thought, okay, well, I'm still proud of where I came from. I'm still proud of the name that I built as a pro wrestler and I love pro wrestling, but I got my work cut out for me. And I think in order for me to overcome these doubts, then I have to have a career that had a foundation of quality to it. And I remember at that time, someone in my life at that time had said, someone in terms of executive at that time said, "Are you sure this is the way to go? There's no lines in the movie. You have one line and it's not even English." Aku Mashente is the only thing, I would never forget it. It was my one line. And no one really knew what it meant at all. I said, I do. I believe this is the right step and the right transition, the right role, because I don't know what I'm doing. I love this idea of movies, but I've never been on a movie set. So here we go. Let me be a sponge. Let me learn. And let me say Aku Mashente like I know what I'm talking about. And let's see what happens.
Well, you nailed that line because then they gave you another movie out of that, The Scorpion
They gave me
King.
more words to say.
But our guiding light will always be our shared values and love of country.
I want to ask you as we sip our tequila here, there's a part of Young Rock, as if you're running for president in 2032. A lot of people are reading a lot of things into that because you have been mentioned before. And the truth is, in our divided country, there aren't that many people we all agree on anymore. And I think you're one of them, and Dolly Parton, and there's a handful of them. So is that something that still interests you, Dwayne?
Well, let me take another drink of Terramana before I answer that one. It always helps with the answer. I have a goal and an interest and an ambition to unite our country. And I also feel that if this is what the people want, then I will do that. So, and again, I have to contextualize it because a lot of times the comments like this are taken out of context, is I always, and this goes back to me wrestling in flea markets and used car dealerships, even in that, as small and as intimate and as rowdy as those crowds were, Willie, I still had my finger on the pulse of the people, and I always wanted to send them home happy. And I always got an idea of what they wanted in that moment.
So the people telling you they would want that would mean what? That you put it out there and see what people think about it, or that there's polling, or how will you know if the people are asking you to take that step?
I think you would do deep dives of polling and things like that. I think you would really have to make sure that I had the right people in place who know that world in terms of politics, and then we would get a real sense of what the people wanted. So in no way, if I were to ever run for president, would I think, okay, I'm going full bore head, pedal to the metal, surround myself with great people, and not know if this is what the people want. What the people want will lead and inform that decision. And if it is in fact what they want, then I'm going to take another drink of my Terramana and I'm going to say, okay, let's do it.
You can see more of our interviews with your favorite stars every week on Sunday Today. Until then, thank you for watching.
Yo, today, all day. Pucker up, because up next on Hashtag Cooking, it's all about lemons. Samadada making her favorite recipes with the versatile citrus fruit. Instead of turning lemons into lemonade, try making Sama's pasta salad with a rich and creamy lemon tahini sauce. Then for dessert, whipping up a lovely lemon loaf cake. Check it out.
I love the smell of lemons too. It's so fresh. I feel like I'm at a spa. But I'm making a cake instead, which is better for sure. So, everyone has been telling you to make lemonade out of the lemons that life has apparently given you. But you know what? You don't have to listen to those people. I'm sure they have good intentions, but they don't really know how to hashtag live laugh lemons. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you how to make two of my favorite recipes that use lemons, my lemon tahini pasta salad, which is zesty and bright, paired with some zucchini and tomatoes, and my gorgeous lemon loaf cake, which is fluffy and just lightly sweet, the perfect companion to your coffee or tea. Some things I think about. Are we calling a pasta salad a salad just so we can feel better about the fact that we're really just eating chilled pasta? Whatever the case, I'm on board, especially with this lemon tahini pasta salad. It pairs two of my favorite things together, tahini and lemon, for a fresh and light pasta that I guess we can call a salad. I'm using shallots, garlic, some tomatoes for sweetness, and a zucchini in here to make it a lot more flavorful and complex. I'm gonna start by just preparing all of my ingredients because I love being prepared and I love having my cooking process go a bit quicker. So we're gonna start with the shallot. I'm just gonna dice my shallot. If you don't have a shallot on hand, don't stress, don't worry, you can use a red onion. I'm just gonna slice this little end off right here. I'm gonna make little parallel cuts into the shallot. Watch your fingers, you need those. And then I'm gonna make perpendicular cuts right on top of the shallot, keeping this end intact so we can hold on to it. And then I'm just gonna dice. I'm gonna add my shallots back into their bowl, into their little home until I'm ready to use them. Probably doing this the dangerous way, but I'm living on the edge. All right, so I'm gonna mince some garlic. A really easy way to do this, you're gonna put your garlic on your cutting board, use the flat edge of your knife, smash it, and then we're just gonna mince. Yes, I am using a lot of garlic, and you're probably wondering, wow, Salma, that's a lot of garlic. Why are you using so much garlic? I love garlic. The residual outcome is sometimes like you end up smelling like garlic a little bit for the rest of the day, but it's a price we can pay for a flavorful pasta, you know? And now we're going back into my bowl, back into my home, my garlic home. Garlic like ends up being a bit of my perfume. I cook with it for a bit. I promise I still have friends, still love me, even though I have some residual garlic scent. Now I'm just gonna slice my tomatoes in half. I'm using grape tomatoes here, but you can go ahead and use cherry if that's what you have on hand. The tomatoes are gonna add a nice pop of sweetness to this pasta, which uses tahini. It's a very earthy flavor, so we like having that balance. You can totally slice these tomatoes lengthwise, but I'm just gonna do them sort of like a globe because I think it looks prettier. It looks nice. Looks pretty. Okay, adding these back into my tomato home. All right, now I'm gonna cut my zucchini, trimming the ends off. You could also slice it lengthwise and then half it, but I like to do the full rounds here. I'm cutting the zucchini pretty thin because I want it to cook through pretty quickly and get nice and tender. I wanted to add zucchini to this recipe because zucchini is such a neutral tasting veggie. Like, it really absorbs a lot of the flavor of anything that it's kind of cooked with. So that's why this was the lucky pick for my vegetable addition in this pasta. My zucchini, tomatoes, shallot, garlic, everyone is ready. Now I'm just gonna heat some olive oil on my pan and start cooking the shallot. Once the oil shimmers, I'm gonna add my shallot. So my olive oil is ready, and now I'm just gonna add my shallot. I wanna cook the shallots for about 5 minutes until they get nice and tender and translucent and start to brown around the edges. You want it to smell really fragrant and aromatic. It smells so good. You'll notice that it's already starting to get some nice color. That's what we want. I wouldn't mind like smelling like a shallot, but somehow it's always garlic. Like, how did I get this fate? So I think what we figured out here is that I'm starting a perfume line. Ode to shallot, ode to garlic. All right, this is exactly what I'm looking for. It's starting to brown, it looks tender, it smells amazing. Now it's time for the garlic. We're going in. The reason we didn't add the garlic in with the shallots together is because garlic doesn't take that long to cook, so we didn't want the garlic to burn. That would be a problem. We want the garlic to cook in with the shallots for about 1 to 2 minutes, not too long. And then we'll be good to go. And don't forget to season with some salt and pepper. A little salt. Some pepper. I'm gonna go ahead and add my zucchini. Okay. I want to stir the zucchini in with the shallot and garlic so everybody becomes friendly, everything is nice and incorporated. In case anything starts to burn, you can feel free to add a splash or two of water. I'm gonna add just a little splash of water. You'll notice when the zucchini gets a little bit more tender, it looks a little bit more flexible, a little more bendy. That's good, that's where we want it. These are looking nice and tender and translucent, and now it's time for the tomatoes. I don't want to cook the zucchini too much longer because they're going to cook with the tomatoes as well, so we don't want anything to burn. I'm going to add my tomatoes. Look how pretty! We want to cook the tomatoes to soften them, to release their juices, but we don't want to overcook them. I want them to maintain their shape, and if you cook them for too long, they'll break down. We're looking pretty good. The zucchini is really finding its moment. All right. My zucchini is tender, my tomatoes are juicy, these are done. I'm gonna set them aside to cool, and then I'm gonna work on my pasta.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate. Is this going to work or is this going to backfire?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Now we're gonna cook our pasta. One very important step. Don't forget to salt your pasta water, or I will come find you. Okay. Make sure you cook your pasta according to the instructions on your package. And add my pasta in. While the pasta is cooking, I'm gonna make my sauce. This is a lemon tahini pasta salad, so the base of the sauce is going to be, you guessed it, lemons and tahini. I've got my tahini in this bowl. It's a very earthy flavor, so it's gonna pair super nicely with that bright and tangy acidic lemon. I'm gonna add my lemon juice. A good tip to get all of the juice out of your lemon and to loosen it up a bit is just to roll it before you juice. I'm gonna slice my lemon. Fresh. Now, I'm gonna juice it straight into my tahini. I am nothing without seasoning, and neither is this pasta, so we're gonna add some of my favorites. Got some cumin here. Red pepper flakes for a little bit of spice. Some salt. Then a little bit of freshly ground black pepper. I'm gonna whisk this up. You'll notice that the mixture will start to seize, meaning it's gonna be a bit tougher to mix it, which is why we have a little H2O to save the day. You wanna make sure your water is cold, and we'll just add a little bit at a time until it reaches your desired consistency. See how when you add that cold water, it becomes so much smoother and also helps you get everything well incorporated. You want it to be velvety and rich and smooth. Just gonna season it to taste because that's always important. We wanna get it exactly where we want it. Taste a little. So good. Add a little more salt and a little more pepper. My sauce is done. And you know what's crazy? I finished making it before the pasta was even done cooking. I mean, let's talk about saving time in the kitchen. I'm gonna check my pasta. We're gonna be a bit of a helicopter pasta parent. Go fish for one. I can't even see, I'm too short. And you want it to be al dente, meaning you still want a bit of a bite in it. You can bite it or just break into it with your finger to see. Still needs a little bit more time. I'm gonna leave it in there for a little bit longer until it's a bit more cooked through. My pasta is done. Now before I drain it, I'm gonna save a little bit of that pasta water for later. This is gonna help bind and thicken my sauce in case I need it. I've sort of been waiting for this moment my whole life. It is time to assemble the pasta. Got my zucchini and tomatoes here. Just gonna add my pasta straight into my pan. Look at that. And just mix this around just to incorporate the pasta in with the veggies. I wanna make sure that garlicky goodness and the shallots really coat that pasta well. A rogue pasta, no problem. And now it's time to add my sauce. I mean, look how creamy that is. It's like velvety smooth. See you later. Okay. I'm just gonna coat the sauce in with the pasta really well. We don't want any piece of pasta to feel lonely. It needs to have some sauce on it. This looks good. This looks well incorporated. This looks like everyone has become besties. It's time to plate. So I know this is supposed to be pasta salad, but a little fun fact, you can eat this room temp as well. So I'm gonna serve myself a bowl. I can't not eat it right now. And I'm gonna let the rest chill in the fridge. Get that zucchini, those tomatoes. It looks so creamy, but there's no dairy in it. Is that crazy? This looks good for me. I'm gonna squeeze a little lemon on top, just for a little hint of tartness. A little extra. I mean, she looks cute, for sure. Time to take a picture. What's nice is that you've got so many colors going on. You've got the bright pop of red from the tomatoes. You've got the green from the zucchini. The pasta's like a nice canvas for all of it to sit on top of. Looks delish. Getting really up close and personal here. I don't think the pasta will mind. Okay, I got the shot, which means I need to eat. Okay, I'm going in. Gotta get a little bit of everything. Little tomato, little pasta. I'm gonna try and do this in a dainty manner. It's probably not gonna work. Okay. I mean, usually think of pasta as something that's pretty heavy, but you've got this brightness from the lemon that allows it to feel super light and refreshing. Tomatoes for sweetness, the zucchini for a little veg moment up in there. This is gonna go in the fridge. I'm gonna transfer it to a bowl, let it chill. Keeps really well in the fridge. It's also really nice to know you've got a little meal waiting for you in the fridge whenever you're hungry or just simply want a delicious pasta salad. Transferred everything to my bowl. I'm just gonna cover it. Now I'm gonna take it to the fridge to chill, and then when I come back, we're gonna make my lemon loaf cake.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This lemon loaf cake is inspired by my parents' citrus trees in California. My dad tends to our lemon trees because he's the only one in my family with a green thumb, or at least he tries to have one. So I wanted to make a really delicious post-breakfast sweet treat for us to enjoy together. I've preheated my oven to 350 degrees, and I've also lined my little loaf pan with some parchment paper. I did this with cute little flaps so that you'll easily be able to lift the lemon loaf cake up after it's done baking. Now I'm gonna get started on my dry ingredients. I'm using some oat flour and some coconut flour. I really like this because oat flour is nice and hearty and coconut flour is light and absorbent, so they make a really nice pair. I'm just gonna add my coconut flour to my oat flour. I'm gonna add baking powder. I'm gonna whisk everything together. Oat flour and coconut flour are both gluten-free, so if you're into that, that's great. If you're not, I promise you'll still love this recipe, but make sure you do check your oat flour package to ensure you're using the gluten-free variety. We want to whisk this until everything is nicely incorporated. Everything looks nice and incorporated, and now I'm going to start on my wet ingredients. I'm going to crack 2 eggs into my bowl. I'm gonna beat my eggs till they're nice and smooth. All right, this looks nice and smooth. And now I'm gonna work on my lemons. Our star, the lemon. First, I'm gonna zest the lemon into my eggs. What's really great with zest is that it adds this nice fragrance and aroma and adds a lot more of that lemon flavor, which we love for this recipe. The lemon zest smells so fragrant and delicious. It's really gonna amp up that lemon flavor in this lemon loaf cake. I only need about a teaspoon of lemon zest for this recipe, so that should be good. Now time for our juice. Gonna roll the lemon a bit to get more of that juice out. It's really prepped for this lemon loaf cake. I love the smell of lemons too. It's so fresh. I feel like I'm at a spa. But I'm making a cake instead, which is better for sure. Okay, my lemons are all juiced, and now I'm gonna add it straight into my egg and zest situation. Mix this up until it's nice and incorporated. Now I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil. Mix that up. To sweeten this recipe up, I'm gonna add some maple syrup. I like using maple syrup here because lemon is so tart and acidic and maple is warming and really just delicious and golden, so I find that it's a perfect match made in citrus heaven. A little vanilla extract. Little splash zone for the vanilla extract, no big deal. And finally, we're gonna add some coconut sugar. The coconut sugar sweetens this up even more, which we love for this lemon loaf cake recipe. I'm gonna just add my dry ingredients straight into my wet. Now I'm gonna fold everything together. You just wanna fold everything in together really gently so everything becomes nice and incorporated. You will know when it's done, when the batter is thick and sticky. We're looking pretty cute, to be honest with you. Just gonna transfer this batter into my prepared loaf pan. We're just gonna smooth the batter out in the pan, make sure it's evenly distributed. And because we're a fun kitchen here, we're gonna add a little more coconut sugar on top. Just for a little extra sweetness. You don't have to do this. I think you should do it. Okay, sad news. We do have to allow this loaf cake to leave us for a little bit. It's gonna take a little journey in the oven for 30 to 35 minutes until the edges are nice and golden brown.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends of today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is cooled for about 20 minutes, and because I love being prepared, as you know, got these cute little flaps, which will allow me to just lift it straight up out of the pan and get to slicing, which I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna slice right into it. I am one of those people that loves a corner piece. Give me all of the corner pieces, all of the edges. That's my jam. I mean, you can't resist. I know you can't. Don't tell me you can't, because I know you're not telling the truth. It's pretty. Get a couple slices on my plate. No, I need a third for sure. I need a third. Okay. You can totally enjoy this solo, but I'm just gonna top it with a few berries, just for a little extra sweetness. Goes nicely with the lemons too. I mean, I think it's ready for its close-up. The berries add that nice pop of color as well. Got a blackberry out of place, excuse me. So pretty. I cannot wait to eat this. All I really need is a cup of coffee with this. That would really pair well. JP! Make my day, why don't you? I'm ready. Now I'm ready to eat this. Okay, I'm gonna get a little piece of the cake, a little berry. That is good. It's a lightly sweet. Goes perfectly with the berries. The lemon adds that nice zing, that tartness. Maple is like that golden, warming, delicious taste. Don't let your coffee live without this. Whew. Hey guys, super busy, cooking up a storm, but I have something exciting to tell you. #cooking is back, so tune into Today All Day. Okay, I got some in the oven, I gotta go. See you later.
I remember that slap clearly because I think that the first couple times you didn't want to give it your all, and I think I just told you, like, do it. It will be hilarious.
I felt terrible. I didn't want to slap you across the face.
But the one that they used was the real one, and it was like, it was so perfect and hard that I think it actually hurt less because the spot was just right on. I'm like, wow, yeah, that was great. That was great.
I'm Lauren Collins, and I played Paige Michaelchuk on Degrassi.
And I'm Shane Kipple, and I played Gavin Spinner Mason on Degrassi, The Next Generation.
Last night, I asked my mom what my culture was. She pointed to the globe, said it was from Earth.
It's good to know. I had my doubts.
Oh, yeah.
So Spinner came on, was like this spiked hair, ear pierced, like bully, like, you know, assuming guy, just sort of brooding. But then in between, season 1 off season, I lost a lot of weight. But then suddenly they're like, this guy doesn't look intimidating anymore. He doesn't look like a bully. He doesn't look like anyone would be scared of him. So he's the guy that is. He acts before he thinks, and even when he thinks, it wasn't too, you know, it didn't run that deep, and he always landed himself in the hot water and made a bunch of mistakes that I think by the end he learned from, but you always knew it was coming from a good place. It was a little slower on the uptake.
We're never alone, okay? You make me feel like some kind of leopard.
Leper. The word is leper.
Yeah, I think similar to Shane, Paige also went on a huge transformation. So Paige started out as your total classic mean girl, queen bee, you know, cutting everyone down, head of the cheerleading squad, or the spirit squad as we called it, and, you know, stealing boyfriends, getting her friends drunk. Just very, very typical mean girl stuff. And in the second season, her first big storyline was the date rape storyline. And that really affected the trajectory of my character. I think she just grew up really fast.
Sweetie, I would love to indulge your need to ruin my party with a full-on cat fight, but I'll pass. Save the drama for high school, hun. I'm moving on.
Did I have favorite parts of playing Spinner? Well, the fun thing about playing a character that was always getting into, bad situations is that you kind of like had an avatar of yourself to throw out into the world and like test dumb ideas that you might have. But it was so fun to be able to play that, knowing that that was the polar opposite to how I would react in any sort of situation.
Right. I was always the victim of the mean girls. So in my real life, to kind of live out that dream and take out that aggression as Paige was always really, really fun for me. And then I think on a kind of superficial note, I hated it at the time. The stuff that I used to have to wear as Paige, I was always so uncomfortable in most of the clothes that I was wearing, being like, going through puberty and having to like bare my stomach and legs and whatever. But now that I can see people see Paige as this like fashion icon of the early 2000s, I'm like, yeah, that's right. I'll totally, I'll take some credit for that.
Paige? New year, new look, new Paige.
A personal favorite episode was when we were doing Ghost in the Machine. We weren't in our studio setting, we were on location. It just felt, it felt like we were doing something a little bit bigger with that episode.
We also, in that episode, that was the first time I had gotten my license not too long before that, and I actually got to drive on camera. So there were a lot of scenes of us driving through the city.
Wicked day. Okay.
I always loved when sometimes we would get to do a night shoot. And that's when things would get really fun because we would all kind of get a little bit loopy. So whenever we shot like a school dance, those usually took place at night, we'd always have a lot of fun. Those are some of my best memories. Like I remember the Bollywood dance. That was a really, really fun night. We were all like, there were so many people on set. We were all just hanging out in our dressing rooms at like 2 a.m, totally like overtired and loopy and probably drinking lots of like, sugar drinks to keep us awake. So those were always really fun.
You lied to me.
Don't touch me. Don't ever touch me.
Why not? Everybody else does.
The slap comes to mind, Shane.
Yeah.
When I actually slapped Shane across the face in the scene. I know Spinner's time on the show went beyond Paige and you had many significant relationships, but for me, obviously I'm biased, Paige and Spinner always going to be the one true love there.
There's nothing quite like the first love, as they say, right? Right. There are others when you look back and you're like, you know what? That wasn't really love. That was just like passion and lust, and this makes a lot more sense. But the heart wants what the heart wants,
100,000 on my head is disrespect. So offended that I had to double check.
I got a call, and it was our friend Ian, and then he tells me that, okay, I just heard from Drake's team that he wants to do a music video as a Degrassi reunion, and they need to know, like, first and foremost, if you could be available because it's going to be Jimmy and Spinner crashing their high school reunion. Yeah, we'll go ahead with it. But it was so much fun. Like everything that you saw, all the smiles and the energy on camera none of that was acting. That was really our high school reunion. It was, many of us hadn't seen each other in over 10 years, and there would not have ever been a time that all of us were on set together anyway.
Yeah, it was so much fun. It was like going back to your high school, but with no teachers, no parents, no rules. It was so much fun, and just such a great way. Like there were literally people there I hadn't seen in 15 years. And it was kind of just like right back into the groove. It was really fun. I mean, I think, the longer we were on the show, yes, it started to become, more real to us, the impact that we were having as we would, this is before Twitter, this is before Instagram. We didn't have the social media outreach that people on TV shows have now. So it was like being out and meeting fans and doing, press stuff, mall tours. That's when it really started to click in for me, the real impact and reach that the show had. And it's unbelievable to see now the legacy that has been carried on of the show. How many people have gone back to revisit it during the pandemic? I think it was just very nostalgic for a lot of people.
It meant so much to people that the more time that passes, it puts it all in perspective. That's what a special time and a special show and the cast, like everything about it was just a perfect storm of something that will live on through history. I mean, we're part of the most successful television franchise to ever come out of Canada. And it really is an honor to have been a part of it. And not to repeat myself again, but the more time that passes, the more you understand really what you were a part of.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go!
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
Yeah, I remember the montage of him teaching Sarah to dance in the studio, and they're like bobbing. He's teaching her about rhythm, and they're bobbing their heads.
All right, no, check it. Got that? Oh, it's not too. Hey, Bob. Yeah, it's the same beat, but then split it up, right?
And I'm going to pat myself on the back that it was hard for me to pretend to not have rhythm. I can say that because I'm terrible at ballet. The only thing that I brought to the table was that I could do the hip hop stuff. So yeah, but it became like comedic almost. Hi, I'm Julia Stiles, and I'm flashing back to Save the Last Dance. How would I describe the character Sarah in Save the Last Dance? She has experienced a trauma. Her mother dies in the beginning of the movie. And she's like unsettled with the move to her father's house. And I think starts off very unsure of herself, very insecure in many ways. But over the course of the movie learns, with the help of Sean Thomas's character, she finds her sense of self-worth and confidence, and yeah, she's a fish out of water in her new school. She learns to adapt to her new environment, I guess. Oh, he's amazing. He's such a lovely human being, such a gentleman, and we really relied on each other in the making of that film because, you know, when you're unknown pretty much and you become the lead in a studio movie where they're spending a lot of money, the pressure's on. Even if it's not spoken, you know that it's there. And the two of us together, I think we're really a nice team. And he's, I think as I remember correctly, I know he's older than I am, but it was more, I guess, noticeable back then when I was 19 and I think he was 30. I could rely on him because he had a groundedness and a maturity and a life experience that was really nice. I mean, I think I did a screen test. I met Thomas Carter, the director, and he told me that he had seen 10 Things I Hate About You, and the dance that Kat does on the pool table when she's drunk to Biggie Smalls. He saw that and he was like, "Oh, you have rhythm." So then I screen tested with Sean and then another actor who was up for the role, and then they hired me. The absolute best thing about making that movie was the dance.
It's not as hard as it may seem. You gotta work to get the credit on your hopes.
I mean, the rehearsals and the dance training, that was like, I was like, sign me up. Where do I start? It was really challenging and really daunting because I'm not a professional dancer. So there was a lot of playing catch up, but it was so fun and such an awesome opportunity to get to do that kind of like rigorous training and choreography rehearsals. We did over a month, I think, maybe it was 2 months before we started filming of, largely for me, the ballet, because I had to bust my butt to get in shape and also to, you know, catch up to the level that Sarah, or at least look like I could catch up, I could be at the level that Sarah was supposed to be at. And I did ballet as a kid and a teenager, but I had stopped. So that was the most rigorous part of the training. So we did 2 months before we started filming, and then on the weekends we would do the choreography rehearsals. Fatima, who was the hip hop choreographer, we would rehearse the audition scene, and she was always refining the moves, so it was hard to keep up. But the beauty and sort of the heartbreak of the relationship is that Sarah doesn't really see what the big deal is, which is naive, and also, like, now we would call it white privilege, but she really likes him and doesn't see why the outside world has an issue with it. But inevitably, because other people do, it's going to affect the relationship. I think, even aside from the race issues, I think the sort of classic romance of their relationship is beautiful because it's like he believes in her and he lifts her up. He teaches her how to be a better dancer and a better, you know, he imparts a lot of very mature, grown-up ideas to her and cares for her, which I think is really, really beautiful. The things that they say in the movie, particularly Chenille, Kerry Washington's character, when they talk about their experience and why they might be uncomfortable with the idea of a black guy and a white girl, and also what it's like to be an African-American woman, I think it opened my eyes to something that I hadn't really thought about before. And I think it's really cool that it's like snuck into a pop teen dance movie.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You and Derek act like it don't bother people to see you two together. Like it don't hurt people to see.
Kerry Washington was and is amazing. Absolutely, there's no doubt in my mind why she has the career that she has. She's an incredible actress, and I could see it then. She was really kind, really generous, you know, and I just remember being really impressed by her skill set. Like, she's just a really good actress, and she was so ready for that breakout part. She was like, you know, she was really, really ready to step into that role and in that kind of a platform, like a movie that a lot of people are going to see.
She was dying while I was dancing, and I was mad at her, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I do remember that scene. I remember filming it. I remember we were on the Chicago River, so it was like an amazing landscape and location. In terms of like crying and emotional scenes, I've learned so much now in the last 20 years about how to approach scenes like that I definitely would watch it and be really critical of myself. But it was, I mean, genuine and real, I guess. I am really grateful to have been a part of something that resonates with people, entertains people, even this many years later. I mean, that's what you hope for as an actor and a storyteller. It's usually, it's not what people say, it's sort of their excitement and enthusiasm about it. Like, that to me is the most flattering. I wasn't even thinking about like this anniversary coming up, and then was told, oh, it's the 20th anniversary of Say the Last Dance. And just now before this interview, I stopped like thinking about the whatever things on my to-do list that I was like reflecting, going, you know, what would the 19-year-old Julia think of Julia now? 20 years, that is my entire adult life so far, from 19 until, you know, now. So lots to be grateful for. I feel like I've learned so much about acting, about the movie industry, about myself in those 20 years. I've had so many great experiences. Like, I'm pretty grateful. 40 is looking all right. 40 is looking pretty good.
6, 7, 8, step back, in, out, up, step.
It's entertaining and it has the formula of dance movies, which I love, but it does have something deeper going on. And it's a pop teen dance movie, but underneath it is like we've snuck in some pretty major ideas. And it's a classic, like, not underdog, because she's not really the underdog, but like fish out of water, being triumphant and rising to this challenge. But then also the romance part of it is just really, you know, dance is very romantic, and the way that the things that Sarah learns in I don't know, it's just like, it's a love story, it's a dance movie, and it's got a happy ending, you know.
I can't say this on the record yet, but welcome to Juilliard.
There's a part of me, like, many years ago that would have been too sort of cynical for that sort of thing, and now more than ever, I think I just want to watch something that's gonna make me feel good.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Does the White House think they have an Afghanistan problem or a COVID problem? Do you believe the abortion issue should reflect the will of the people or the will of the elected officials? The vaccine mandate, is this going to work or is this going to backfire? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
How would I describe Sean Cameron? He's kind of like the misunderstood guy. He has a heart of gold, but not everyone sees that, you know? It's almost like he has terrible luck, like the worst luck in the world.
Morning, people. I would like you to meet Sean Cameron. He was here for a few months last year before he moved up north. Why don't you tell the class a little bit about yourself?
No.
Okay, well, maybe once you've settled in.
Hi, my name is Daniel Clark, and I played Sean Cameron on Degrassi.
People think I'm dangerous, that I'm a freak. So what? Screw them.
When I went in for my audition, I was paranoid and scared. It took a lot to even get into character, you know, to even become Sean on day one. I remember I was nervous, and so I overplayed it almost like a tough guy, and it worked, you know what I mean, for the character. And that was something that came organically from me being afraid in the room, you know. And looking back on that, it was wow, it worked. But, you know, I thought I bombed it. I thought I wasn't going to get the part. I thought that, you know, they were going to pick somebody else, but I ended up lucking out. They loved it. And, you know, Sean started on the show.
Poetry is crime. No idea how to rhyme. Stupid waste of time.
A poem about hating poetry.
You know, he always gets into trouble, and it's always he regrets what he does after he does it, because I think he's more moral, and driven and real than we give him credit for. So I think he was a really interesting character to play. I think a lot of people definitely related to that, to being either misunderstood or, you know, not really knowing where they fit in. You know, I feel like Sean had a lot of that too. So I tried my best to be this Sean guy that someone could think was believable as a character. Could be yeah, that could definitely be me, or yeah, that definitely happened. Favorite moments for Sean in the show? On a serious note, the Time Stand Still episode was probably my favorite, definitely top 3 of the whole show, but one of the strongest ones for him, because it was such a real issue that, you know, even before we shot it, while we were shooting it, and then thereafter, it was just something that we deal with all the time.
Just put the gun down, okay? Anything else is just gonna make your life worse. It can't get any worse. Believe me. You can. I know. We'll figure it all out, okay? Figure this all out. It's too late. No. You already shot someone.
It was something that I thought we really got right, conveying what something like that would be like at your school. You know, I think that was one of my favorite moments for him, because that kind of showed that he was willing to sacrifice at least something in order to stop something that was really terrible. And I think a lot of people would have done that as well. You know, a lot of people would do that. So I think that was a great moment for him. The relationship with Emma, it was one of the original Degrassi moments, right? I think they call it Sema, is what in fandom they call the relationship. And it was awesome because we got along so well, you know, it made sense. That was kind of endgame.
So it's Friday.
Yeah.
Do you have any plans? Okay, well, maybe we could hang out.
Sure.
All right. Cool. Well, I'll see you.
You know, at the end, he goes off and joins the military, and it kind of puts a pause on their relationship. And, you know, a lot of people wonder, like, what if, you know, like what would happen if he had come back, if they had ended up together, if they were the real end game, you know. It was like the one that got away probably for him, but who knows, you know.
Thought maybe we could get a new photo of us, show my platoon.
Of course. Squeeze in close.
All right.
You know, in the first few years, I don't know if we really knew the impact of what Degrassi, you know, the impact of the show, what it would have on the audiences and on culture. It's kind of like, I never realized that it would still have like staying power today, right? Like you would think that a lot of shows kind of go away, but if there is like a really strong following with the show, like not just super fans, but people who are reintroduced to the show for either, you know, when they're growing up and they have a new perspective, or people for the first time who are even younger. I get a lot of people who reach out and they say, I'm watching this for the first time with my daughter who's now that age. It's kind of interesting to think of because you're thinking 10, 15, 20 years ago that a lot of these issues are still relevant today, and that the show, at least for these people, doesn't feel dated. Like it still feels relevant. If Degrassi were to come back today, where do I think Sean would be? I think he would be back in Canada. I don't know. You always wonder what he would do with his life when he was an adult, right? I think maybe like a detective or something like that, like someone who's trying to like make up for something he did, or like, you know, make up for lost time and be the good guy, you know, something like that. He might gravitate to either that or he's working in an auto shop. It would be one of the two.
I've had one miscarriage.
I've experienced 2 miscarriages. One was in 2015 and the other happened in 2016.
I've experienced 5 miscarriages.
A miscarriage and a stillbirth.
My second miscarriage was in the fall of 2012.
It happened in August of 2017.
In 1984.
In February 2019 and in July 2019.
My miscarriage reminded me of having maybe a difficult period.
I remember distinctly I was on the train. It started to feel like I was bleeding. I just remember thinking like something's not right. This doesn't feel right.
I kept getting these really sharp pains in my stomach.
With my first miscarriage, I didn't know anything was wrong.
My first loss was actually a missed miscarriage, so my body was still continuing to believe that the pregnancy was happening.
I still had morning sickness, I still had cravings, I still had all the things.
With the second miscarriage, I actually didn't know it was happening until the doctor told me. You know, we've got great news. You've got one really healthy, normally developing baby, but the other embryo looks like it stopped developing right around 8 weeks.
Started having some spotting, so I went to the ER. They did not do a cervical check or check anything down there, and it wasn't until I actually got home the next day that I actually was starting to go into preterm labor.
So once I got into Grand Central Station, I went to the bathroom and yeah, it was bad. And I was bleeding a lot. And I called my OBGYN and she said, you need to come right now. I go straight into the sonogram room and the sonogram technician starts looking and I could tell that it wasn't good just because she wasn't saying anything. And then she said, I'm sorry. She said, there's no heartbeat. 10 years later, it still makes me cry.
And kind of started explaining my options. I could go home and wait for the miscarriage to complete. It could take up to a month for the process to happen, and could be very challenging and painful, or I could have a DNC, which just sounded like the easier option for us.
And I said, without hesitation, absolutely put me under. I want to wake up and it's over.
I was carried naturally, and I felt something like dropping off me.
A lot of cramping and bleeding, but my memory was sustained over a day or a couple of days.
I just remember planning to be home and my husband being there with me and inserting the medication vaginally, and then shortly after experiencing the cramps that they said would happen due to the medication causing contractions. I then had to have follow-up ultrasounds to make sure that the tissue had cleared so that I wouldn't have further complications in the future.
At 18 weeks, her lungs weren't developed. The hospital told me that I was in full-blown labor, even though it didn't feel like it to me. And I was able to deliver her vaginally. So I got to see her take a couple breaths before she passed away.
It felt, I don't know, it felt sudden. It felt like a huge loss. It felt like, and it was only 10 weeks in, and there's a part of like my logical brain saying, you shouldn't be this upset. I felt so connected to that little thing growing inside of me, and had already had all these plans and all this. I had been thinking ahead so much, you know, and now in that moment it was just all over.
So I miscarried on Tuesday, and I interviewed for a job on Wednesday. It was almost an out-of-body experience because I'm in a room with people who don't know me, who don't know my story, and I'm doing my best to articulate all that I have to offer. And there's a piece of me that's died because I lost my baby yesterday.
I don't remember like losing a baby. It's like he went down the sewer. That doesn't sit well with me till today.
I had heard the phrase, you know, vanishing twin, and that sounds kind of like a magic trick or an optical illusion. That's a baby that was there that's not there anymore.
A loss is a loss. It does not matter when it happened gestationally. Mentally, you have to go through the same 5 grief steps.
Yeah, a little bit. I know that's probably not very healthy to blame yourself. But I sort of thought, you know what? Why did you get pregnant? You're 43 years old. Shouldn't have even tempted the fates. Why weren't you okay with just 2 kids? Absolutely had that self-criticism going.
I blame myself for a long time that I should have waited longer in between pregnancies. And maybe if I would have waited, you know, an extra year, that my body or my uterus would have been strong enough and I would not have went into preterm labor with my daughter.
We were able to get pregnant, which we felt so lucky about, but then I wasn't able to stay pregnant. It felt like it was all on me.
Yes, I totally blame myself. There's some undercurrent of you're not doing something right, Nakia. Something's happening, and I don't want to say that I'm blaming myself, but the data shows that, you know, I'm 0 for 2 at this point, so yeah.
I got a week off of work to recover, and I spent a lot of that time purging everything out of my house. I had to let go of this dream that I had of having a 3rd child, is how I felt.
I would delve into research. I felt like I was doing something and that my children were dependent on how much I knew and educated myself.
I just said I need to go for a walk by myself. And I cried the whole time, but I needed to just be by myself.
You know, in those moments of my daughter being crazy, my husband and I just being able to look at each other and saying, what if there were 2? It's just a fleeting moment, so you just kind of open yourself up to it and feel that feeling, and then kind of move on to the next one.
I found community through social media. through Sisters in Loss and Fertility for Colored Girls, both of those groups have really helped me move forward. After the second miscarriage, I decided that I wanted to create something. So I crocheted a blanket. When I miss my babies, I'll grab my blanket and it's small. It's not supposed to be a full blanket because it's supposed to remind me that their lives were cut short.
2 years after my first loss, I got pregnant again, completely unexpectedly. That pregnancy was so far along. After the loss, we named him Max. And a psychologist that we talked to, I'm not ashamed to say we went to therapy, talked about maybe doing something to mark his life. So we planted a tree with our 2 kids.
She was very little. She fit in the palm of my hand. They did molds of her hands. They weighed her. They put her in a little outfit. I don't know how they found an outfit that small for her. It was perfect. And then they also took pictures of her as well. Pictures that are very difficult to look at, but I would never get those memories back if I did not have those there.
There were these adorable handmade stuffed animals from Hawaii, and it was a pig in a Hawaiian quilt cover, and I bought it. And when we came home, I put it in a box, and I knew that when we did a nursery one day, that was the first thing I was going to put on a shelf. Well, that pig is still in our house. He's in my youngest son's room. And every time I look at it, I'm reminded that it took us a little while to get to where we are, but I'm so happy we did.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today. Let's go. Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I didn't know what to expect when I was having my miscarriages.
The thought of me being pregnant and not bringing home a child never crossed my mind.
It was really hard to not have someone that I could call and say, tell me how you got through it.
It wasn't until after I had the loss that people started coming to me.
It really is a silence that has to be broken about it.
I'm Molly Rayo.
I'm Kate Snow.
Nikia Campbell.
Corinne Hammonds.
Nirvana Casala.
Jennifer Lisa.
Mimi Moran.
Charissa Rivera.
I'm Erica McAfee, and I've experienced pregnancy loss.
Before I miscarried, I don't think I knew anybody personally that had had a miscarriage. And then after the fact, I realized it was entirely more common in my circle than I expected.
I knew people were having it. Like, I never thought it was only me.
Initially, I thought I was the first person in my family to ever experience a miscarriage.
My grandmother, her first son, she lost at birth, and he also was a stillbirth. I would have never known that if I did not have my loss.
I knew my mom had had a miscarriage because I remembered it from when I was a little kid. We never really talked about it much. They told me what happened, but then, like, it was put away.
We never talked about the possibility of losing a child
We knew it could happen, but we never really, discussed it.
No one says, well, what are we going to do if we can't get pregnant? Or what are we going to do if we get pregnant and lose the baby? So I remember making a promise to myself and to my husband that I wasn't going to let this moment define our journey together.
Yes, I expected that I might have one because I come from a family of midwives and doctors. They were talking about babies and pregnancies and miscarriages. So maybe that helped because I kind of had learned a lot of medical stuff just listening to them.
And if I had known, here's a pregnancy, it may be viable, there's some significant possibility it may not be viable. And that can be very painful. It wouldn't have taken the grief away, but it would have taken the shock and surprise away.
There were a handful of people that we did tell we were pregnant, so we did have to notify them after the ultrasound appointment that we were no longer pregnant.
After the doctor's appointment, I had to call my husband, and I had to tell them that I was pregnant, and then I had to tell him that something was probably wrong with the baby. And I remember picking up my phone to call him and knowing right then that I was about to break his heart.
I had to tell my boss, who was a male, and it was one of the most uncomfortable conversations I think that I've had in my entire life. And I asked him to keep that between us, or as quiet as he could. And we went on vacation, and when I got back, I had people coming into my office. Don't worry, it happened to someone I know. You'll have a baby, don't worry. And I remember feeling ashamed and violated, I guess, that he shared that with multiple people in our office.
I was incredibly lucky that I had wonderful neighbors who checked in on me, and I told her what I thought was happening. And she said, I'm going with you tomorrow to the doctor. And she sat in the lobby the whole time that I was having my appointment. It was an incredible gift of just her presence.
It was really hard to tell my parents. My mom cried. Her crying showed me that my feelings were valid and that it was okay to cry about it.
I called my sister first. I said, I lost the baby. And she said, you didn't lose anything. You didn't do anything wrong.
There is no perfect response to, oh, we are no longer pregnant. People responded to my miscarriage with, I guess what you would say is good intentions of try not to worry about it, you'll get pregnant again.
A few of my friends asked if something had happened to me, if I had some physical issue that led to the miscarriage.
When I had the loss, people said, but you have 2 beautiful kids. And I do remember feeling like, please don't say that.
I think one of the most traumatic things for me was the following day or evening, my mom asking me what I had done with my child, not being advised on how to have a miscarriage at home. I discarded my child in a toilet and then had to deal with understanding that I should have had other options, but I didn't know better.
Why did I lose the baby? Was there a medication I was on that contributed to this? Should I not have been exercising?
Does this impact my fertility? Did I do something wrong?
Is this going to happen to me again? Do we know what caused it? And really, doctors kind of look at a first pregnancy loss as this is normal.
I have questions about how medical professionals talk about things like chemical pregnancy, even the phrase chemical pregnancy, as if it somehow justifies it as not being fully pregnant. Even though I was less than 5 weeks, it was still something there.
I think every woman who miscarries wants to know why. Having an answer is significantly important. I think it helps you rest a little easier with the questions as to why you're not so fortunate.
Every pregnancy loss it's almost like a fingerprint. It can be at a different stage in your pregnancy. It can be your first or your second. So it's hard, I think, to find common ground sometimes.
You will still reconnect with those old emotions, and you'll still think about it. 10 years later, I wonder what life would be like right now if I had a 10-year-old. And you'll also be okay.
You do not have to be in this situation by yourself. There are so many resources, so many people out there who have been through this. You don't have to remain silent about it.
Having all the information was a great help because knowledge is power. The more you know, the better you handle things.
I would say that you are your own best advocate. I would say that you need to ask hard questions and challenge your doctors if you feel that you are not being treated correctly or that your situation is just being treated like a protocol.
It would have impacted me tremendously to have already known that somebody close to me had had a miscarriage. If I ever hear that someone has experienced a miscarriage or their sister has or their friend has, I immediately say, I did too.
This is a conversation for everybody, not those like myself who've had loss, but even for those who don't even want children. How can you join the conversation? And we all think very critically about creating a society where this conversation can happen much more openly and much more holistically. So I'm happy to share my story if it helps at least one person know that they're not alone and that they have a village of people who have been through a similar thing and who are sending them love, light, and strength to get through.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I think people are afraid to talk about miscarriages, stillbirths, any type of loss of a child. My name is Kelly Farley. I currently live in the suburbs of Chicago with my wife, Christine, and we've been here for about 22 years. At first, we weren't thinking about kids. We were more about our careers. Going through the whole fertility treatment process was something that was eye-opening to both of us, of walking into the doctor's office. Because first of all, we never thought we'd have to go through that. We just thought, you want to have kids? You have kids. And it was hard to see Christine go through that because she had to take the shots and take the medication. We realized that we were going to have a little girl. Wow. I mean, I'm going to be a dad. That's awesome. We found out there were some genetic issues. Unfortunately, we lost her. It was a miscarriage in week 17. The biggest thing for me after losing Katie was I just wanted to distance myself from the situation as quickly as possible. Christine wanted to talk about it, but I tried to run from it. I didn't want to face it. If I just kept pushing forward, I could outrun it or get beyond it. We decided to go through the process again. I was scared. I was really scared. I barely survived the loss of Katie. I don't know if I can go through another loss. So that fear kind of come into play a little bit of, well, what if? We chose 2 to implant and 1 took, and that was Noah. It was scary every step of the way, because during pregnancy, there's these checks of, is there a heartbeat? Week 12, week 16, and week 20, you still have a heartbeat. So we got to week 20 and realized there was a lot of problems. Within a couple of weeks, he had passed, and then we delivered him.
I would say all the photos in here I treasure. I mean, they all mean a lot to me, but there's a couple of them that stand out. The one I'm having a very heart-to-heart conversation with him. He was tiny. He fit pretty much in the palm of my hand. I don't remember every word. I just know that I just wanted to know how much I love him. And how much I'll miss being his dad. Watching him grow up.
I knew I felt extreme sadness. I never knew what grief felt like. I tried to tell myself, don't cry, push through it, toughen up. That was the message that was sent to me as a young child. I never saw another adult male cry until, I don't even remember. And I remember going to the doctor and saying, I think there's something wrong with me. I think I might have a brain tumor. And I look back and I laugh about it now because I didn't know what I was dealing with. He's like, I think it might be grief. I started seeing a counselor. I started taking an antidepressant, which went against everything I ever thought I would ever do, but I did it because I was desperate. I was desperate for pain relief.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism
in reverse.
False
narrative. Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
All right, let's go. When I decided that I needed help, I started looking around for resources and realized there wasn't a whole lot of people out there talking about men's issues. Couldn't find books on it. Couldn't even find other men really talking about it. I needed to know the truth about what I was dealing with, and I just couldn't find it. You're standing there and you're like, what am I going to do with my life? You can't go back to the guy you were before. That guy's gone. You have an opportunity to change your life, redesign it in a way that's you today. I decided to write Grieving Dads to the Brink and Back because I knew I wanted a book that didn't pull punches. And I wanted to be brutally honest. I wanted the truth. And I wanted to be more than just grief. I wanted to be a tool to help people navigate the aftermath of losing a child. It's heartbreaking
to hear these stories. I mean, this guy's, it's been almost 30 years, and he still feels the need to come on here and tell a story, which is awesome. I'm glad he's doing it, but it just goes to show you it never leaves you. It stays with you for your whole life.
I hear from a lot of guys that I interviewed for my book. They feel like they're alone in their grief. And a lot of it has to do with that question of, how's your wife doing? No one ever says, how are you doing?
Looking back, I'm kind of like, yeah, you know, there really isn't a lot out there for dads that can provide that support for them. And a lot of dads aren't talking. You know, he's kind of opened up that door where dads are now talking too, where moms were always having conversations and crying together and going through that, where, you know, I didn't see a lot of that with guys. So I think it was very difficult for him not having those resources available.
It bonded us forever. There's this bond that we have, knowing that we both survived the loss of Katie and Noah. No matter whatever happened in our relationship, there's always going to be this bond and this love of two parents that love their children tremendously.
I'd say I'm 95% comfortable with the fact I don't have living children, mainly because I don't look at my children now as completely gone from my life. Do I hold them every day? No. I know they're with me. I feel them every day.
I do feel a sense of peace when I'm here, which is what we hoped when we created it, to help other people that are going through a recent loss or somebody at the hospital or dealing with something. It's just a place for people to come, reflect, spend some time thinking about what they're dealing with, what their family members are dealing with. Hopefully it's helped people throughout the years.
There's a sense of freedom that comes along with once you get through that other side of the tunnel. The freedom is there's not much anybody can do to me that's going to rattle me. I think if you're going to survive the loss of a child, you have to get comfortable talking about it. You have to tell your story, not once, not twice, multiple times. Keep telling it. Keep telling that story to anybody that'll listen, including yourself. Find something to honor your child, because I think that's what will pull people out of that deep despair. Find something bigger than you.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! High rise, high tech, and highly stressful. The 21st century city is a computerized, gadget-controlled metropolis where even the line between human and machine is becoming blurred. At this office block in Sweden, I even had a computer chip injected into my hand, so that, like these office workers, I can open doors, work the photocopier with just a wave. Well, that's the theory.
From NBC News, this is Today.
Cue the superhuman music, guys. Here comes the big reveal. Of course, when I tried it for the first time live on the Today Show. I'm going to take this cyborg hand. I'm going to place it up against the reader here. There's a little blue reader that is looking at the chip in my hand. And, okay.
Okay. Technology never works.
Technology is designed to make our lives easier, less complicated, more fun. But does it? Here in Seoul, South Korea, one of the busiest, stressiest cities on Earth, hey Keith. Hi, Keir. People like travel writer Keith Giopo go in search of a release from modern life, a slower pace, inherited from, some believe, a simpler, more enlightened time. So we head off, high into the mountains, to this remote monastery called Baekdamsa, where we will spend the weekend on a temple stay.
We light the candle. It's like a light your mind too.
Our spiritual guide during our stay is a temple monk called Dokje Sunim, or DJ for short.
And when you leave the Dharma hall, then you shouldn't never face your backs.
It's also her unenviable task to explain to us newbies the correct way to do things here.
Or like a crab, we walk to the side.
Interestingly, perhaps counterintuitively, Finding peace does not mean a relaxed schedule. Dinner has to be eaten in half an hour. As night falls, the great bell is rung, tolling not just for the living, but for the dead too. And in the Dharma Hall, the ritual bowing and chanting begins. It is repeated 180 times.
You have to rest your mind from your thoughts and just be here now. But if you just experience it, it's complete peace.
It's like a vacation of the mind. Yeah, that's what this is.
The day ends with a candlelight ceremony. Each candle carries a wish.
You have name of someone and it's their wish. If you keep repeating it and then try to feel the wish by your heart, then it touches very deeply.
Next morning, as the sun rises, so too do the people of the monastery. Before breakfast, Keith and I go to meet DJ. She shows us the prayers and wishes former guests have written on these tiles.
They draw the dragon.
They are used to roof the buildings.
Can you see the names?
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, and it lasts longer. Because
yeah, as long as the
stays
building.
with the building.
Then DJ begins our instruction for the day.
And this is the story about finding your true self.
The paintings that decorate the walls of this shrine illustrate the path to enlightenment.
But nobody knows who you are. Only yourself knows.
After breakfast, a change into appropriate clothing for a long trek into the forest. To find what DJ calls her secret place.
You feel your breath coming in.
For a lesson in meditation.
Breathe out with your mouth. You breathe like that.
Is that wrong? I would never imagine that I breathe wrong.
Oh, some people, yeah, they
I still have a lot to learn. Keith, on the other hand, seems to be doing just fine. There are other rituals too.
These are the stupa, kind of a wishing tower.
There are thousands of them here, a sea of stupas, as far as the eye can see.
Each stone is your big dream.
Your big dreams?
Yeah. Then you have to have little stones, but you put it underneath, and it becomes very good support between
For your
big
dreams.
Yeah.
It's a tradition that goes back thousands of years, today being rediscovered by South Koreans who are relearning their culture and about themselves.
Seoul is go, 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 go. Here, it's like, hold on, just be, you know? To hear water, to hear the mountain, to hear the wind, not the yapping, you know? It's exactly what I needed, right?
It's what you needed.
I'm sure you need...
That's what I need.
Yeah, you need it too, right? A little bit.
Coming up, at a remote crossroads in northern Spain, I meet up with two modern-day pilgrims who are making a different kind of spiritual journey, walking 500 miles along the ancient and holy road they call the Camino.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go! Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative. Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Let's go! Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I served an amazing group of staff and students.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Pilgrimage, a journey of faith pursued by people through the centuries from many religions with a united purpose, a search for spiritual refreshment. Muslims travel thousands of miles on a once-in-a-lifetime pilgrimage called the Hajj at Mecca. For the Jews, there is the Wailing Wall in the holy city of Jerusalem. For Hindus, bathing in the sacred waters of the river Ganges. And for Christians, it might be the pilgrimage to Lourdes, where the Madonna was said to have appeared. Or even Turin, where on rare occasions the shroud said to have been the burial cloth of Jesus is brought out for the faithful to worship.
Such a spiritual atmosphere.
Then there is this place, the spectacular cathedral of Santiago de Compostela in northern Spain. It is believed to be the final resting place of one of the greatest of all saints.
This is what people come to see. It is said that the bones of the Apostle St. James are buried in that casket. Looking down on centuries of congregations, here he is, the saint himself. And there's that shell worn by the hands of pilgrims.
A motif of St. James, the scallop shell, is carried by pilgrims who make their way here to this cathedral. Many of them have walked hundreds of miles along the ancient route they call the Camino, Spanish for the way. For those embarking on the full 500-mile trek, it begins high in the Pyrenees Mountains of southern France. In the picturesque village of Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port, Ryan Holland from Washington, D.C. is at the very beginning of her long journey. First, she registers at the pilgrim office.
I just got my pilgrim passport.
And receives that symbolic scallop shell. Then, she sets off.
It's 8:13, so we need to get to stepping.
Into the mountains.
We've been walking for about 3 hours, and the altitude is intense.
Ahead of her, 3 weeks of walking.
This is me heading that way. See you in a couple hundred miles.
A 500-mile journey of self-denial, of self-reliance, of self-realization. A month has passed on this pilgrim's path.
Hi.
How fitting to meet you at a crossroads. So, how far have you come?
A little over 300 miles. We have about 200 more miles to go.
As many do, Ryan has found a companion to share the journey.
This is my friend Celine. She's from Paris. She actually walked from Paris.
You walked from Paris?
Yes.
And traveling this ancient and holy road has been an education for them both. Most of all, learning
how big God is and how small you are.
Though not every lesson need be so serious.
We learned that the frog don't make the same noise in the US and in France. No.
A frog?
Yes. Yeah.
Frogs sound different in America
They do.
and France?
Frogs? It's quack, quack.
Not ribbit, ribbit.
The pleasure and pain of the Camino. Physical. In a day, Ryan and Celine can cover 30 miles or more on foot. And spiritual. At the end of a long day, a warm welcome at a local church. Along the route, many hostels where a pilgrim's passport is stamped. Dinner and a bed can cost less than $10. For the folks like Christine, who run these places, Love Thy Neighbour applies to all who make the walk, often people in need.
They lost their job, they lost their partner, and they need some time to put things back in order. These are people who don't go to a psychiatrist, but who find their own solutions. And they find them on the Camino.
Some days, Ryan and Celine will have walked for 8 hours or more.
It's a simplicity that you don't get in your everyday life. Just to be simply okay with where you are and that you're fed and that you have a bed.
Day 2 with our pilgrims, back on the road in cold December weather.
God is going to put you in all types of weather.
And yet, they say,
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
their prayers have rarely been more resonant, their friendships rarely more rich.
I chose to hike the Camino as a form of prayer to offer for a friend who is enduring her own suffering and uncertainty. So not by any means have I enjoyed my blisters or my hunger or any sort of discomfort, but as I choose to accept it, I can then offer it up on her behalf.
And just making it from dawn to dusk along this long road, a small victory on a faith-strengthening journey to discover the world and yourself. For Ryan and Celine, there are just 150 miles to go.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic.
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! Thousands of years ago, before the rise of human civilization, the Earth for our ancestors was a very different place. And they too were different. In this episode of Incredible World, we enter a cave in Gibraltar, thought to be the last refuge of the Neanderthal. In Siberia, we unearth the intact bodies of prehistoric mammoths. And in Ireland, we examine the truth behind legends that tell of a race of giants. We learn too how 21st century DNA science is revealing these secrets of our ancestors. But we begin our journey into the past here at the very southern tip of Europe, just 14 miles from the coast of Africa.
This in ancient times was known as the end of the world, and it's thought this is the last place that the Neanderthals died out. But why did they disappear?
Here in Gibraltar, the Neanderthals who lived in these caves 400 centuries ago might just be your long-lost ancestors.
This was home for them, probably one of the last homes on the planet.
It's really sad to think about these guys living here, not realizing that they are slowly dying out.
One of the fossils that was found in Gibraltar was of a 4-year-old child, Neanderthal. And I think that of that child where we are now, and maybe the parents went out hunting, they were the last ones, and those parents never came back. And suddenly you think, my God, maybe that little child, 4 years old, never saw the parents coming back and was the last Neanderthal.
Neanderthal man survived for 300,000 years. We modern humans have got a ways to go before we reach that milestone. So maybe, just maybe, there are some lessons for us in what happened to them.
Coming up, in Russia, could the mighty mammoth, extinct for millennia, be brought back to life? And in Ireland, we meet a man who believes he has located a graveyard of giants.
They're going to our storage room, Mammoth room.
In a locked room beneath St. Petersburg
Huge tasks.
are the remains of an Ice Age giant recently found in Siberia.
And it fits it, that's the head of the mammoth.
Yeah.
That's terrific.
The latest discovery in a uniquely Russian museum of mammoths.
Look at the size of this beast.
Yeah, sure. 15, 16 feet and around 5-6 tons.
They were colossal creatures, extinct for thousands of years.
Just imagine one of these coming towards you.
Yes, could move very, very fast.
In Russia, Professor Alexei Tikhonov is the mammoth go-to guy, veteran of many expeditions to the snowy wastes of Siberia, digging for bodies frozen in the ice. He has examined some of the most amazing finds of recent years, including this mammoth that made headlines around the world. It was found almost perfectly preserved. Prehistoric people brought to life in the movie 10,000 BC hunted the mammoth for its meat and fur. And they're still hunting for their tusks. On remote Siberian islands, men search for Ice Age ivory. You have to be lucky to find them, says this hunter. A single tusk like this is worth $100,000 on the black market. Scientists hunt mammoths too, looking for intact DNA in blood and hair to crack the mammoth's genetic code. And, as some scientists in Asia are trying to do, bring one of the prehistoric giants back to life by cloning. Professor Iritani in Japan is optimistic.
It's not so difficult to obtain a good embryo within now few years.
DNA expert Professor Tom Gilbert explains how these scientists might do it.
The idea is you take an Asian elephant egg cell and you take out the Asian elephant DNA and you put in the mammoth DNA instead. If we can sort of substitute the mammoth DNA with the elephant DNA, maybe we can trick the cell into thinking it's elephant DNA, put back inside an elephant, it starts to divide and grows into what it thinks is an elephant. What actually comes out of it is some kind of mammoth.
And if science does manage to clone a mammoth, the Russians even have a place to put it.
northeastern Siberia. You can see thousands, dozens of thousands and thousands square kilometers of absolutely empty territory.
This is Pleistocene Park. It is the brainchild of Professor Sergei Zimov. Here in this vast nature reserve, he has created an authentic Ice Age habitat, complete with wildlife. And all that's missing now, the mammoth.
You'd like to see thousands of these roaming Russia again?
Yes, of course.
You want to create a kind of Jurassic Park?
Yes, we're already on the way.
As DNA science progresses, it opens many doors, and it's now shedding light on some of the persistent myths that have engaged our imagination over the millennia about the giants that used to walk among us. Those that still do.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go!
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today.
Let's go!
Is the Delta variant more dangerous to kids, or is it simply more transmissible?
Maryland's Principal of the Year.
I serve an amazing group of staff and students.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
On the north coast of Ireland is this spectacular landmark, stretching out into the Atlantic Ocean like a monumental stone pathway.
This incredible place is called the Giant's Causeway. Legend has it that an Irish giant called Finn McCool built it so he could cross the sea to fight a Scottish rival. You're about to meet a very tall man who says there was a community of giants here and whose new research may shed light on mysterious tales of giants around the world.
A little further inland, I meet Brendan Holland.
Hi.
Welcome to Ireland.
He is almost 7 feet tall and says real-life giants really did exist.
That's my distant cousin of 230 years ago.
This 8-foot skeleton belonged to Brendan's famous ancestor, Charles Byrne, who in the 18th century made his living entertaining crowds in curiosity shows. Brendan, like Byrne, might also have ended up being 8 feet tall if the effects of the giant gene he carries had not been controlled. Brendan has also investigated the history of the area and discovered that there was once a whole community of giants, like Byrne, living in these quaint villages.
This, in actual fact, is the quarry of the Loaf.
And according to reports, this flooded quarry was where they buried their dead. A giant's graveyard.
There was an arm bone discovered that far exceeded in length and strength any arm bones ever known to be lifted out of modern graveyards in this country. The thigh, shin bones and teeth were in many instances found as large as those of horses. One particular skull was so big that a local gentleman was able to place the top of the skull over his head with the wig on.
Really?
Yes.
This is a real-life land of the giants.
Indeed.
Brendan is not alone. Meet Neil Fingleton. At 7'10", the former basketball player played big parts on screen.
I do believe there would have been exceptionally tall people who would have been kind of put forward for the battle.
Legends of giants go back thousands of years. There were giants in the earth in those days, says the Bible. It tells of the Nephilim and Goliath. In the Mediterranean, the mysterious and ancient structures called the gigantism on Malta were said to have been built by giants. And of course, there's the story of Finn McCool and the Giant's Causeway. Might there be an explanation for these legends?
We have an expression in Ireland here. When we have an exciting story, we say it doesn't lose anything in the telling.
So giants would have been very tall people, but became enormous people like Finn McCool.
They didn't lose anything in the telling.
Yeah, exactly. And it was one of history's most celebrated teller of tales, Jonathan Swift, who Brendan believes wrote in this tiny room his most famous story.
So here, this is Swift's inner sanctum.
Gulliver's Travels. So did the giants who lived close by give Swift the idea for his tall tale?
So it's no huge leap of the imagination to assume that this may have been his inspiration for the very famous story Gulliver's Travels.
That he might have written a book about giants in a tiny room like this.
In this little room, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We visit a nearby pub that Brendan's famous ancestor Charles Byrne would have known.
Sláinte.
Sláinte.
Which means cheers and good luck.
But Byrne wasn't so lucky. He died aged just 22. That giant gene comes with a health warning. For the last 40 years, Brendan has been treated for a condition called pituitary gigantism.
Had I not been diagnosed and cured at the time I was, I could probably have ended up the same as Byrne.
Dead.
Dead. No question.
The discovery of this rogue gene means that carriers today from these Northern Irish families,
Are Tom and Rosemary Conlon?
the Conlons, the McCuskers, who emigrated to America, can be identified early.
This is the American branch of the family.
But thankfully, most of Brendan's relatives did not inherit the gene.
Damien.
Give me 5, Damien.
Visiting from Virginia.
Bella. Oh, wow, look at you, Bella.
Today, they have a chance to learn about their unique history.
Our very distant cousin, the colossal Irish giant.
From their very own gentle giant.
Hello there, Today All Day family. Thanks for joining us. So glad to have you with us. Even happier that my pal Chanel Jones is here. 4 letters, TGIF.
I love it. That is right, Savannah. It's Friday, our favorite day of the week here in Studio 1A. Welcome to our digital show, Today in 30. After we close out the week here at Today with another big show.
Yeah, first the latest on Bill Clinton's health scare. The former president hospitalized in California with an